Hey folks, welcome back to Timberborn and a new Update 7 series. We are on Forsaken Cove, which was the winner of the large section of the map contest. We are playing with the folktales because I really like the idea of the zip lines, and I think this map is going to be perfect for that. Playing on hard mode, I have made a couple of small changes to the map. If the map creator is watching, I hope you don't mind the small changes that I've made. The description of the map said that the map was made for visual effect, and the map does look stunning. But with the changes to Update 7, with the zip lines and things all requiring access to a reasonable amount of metal, and this map metal access is quite limited early on, so ignore the underground ruin that's there. There's this small pocket here. There's a little bit on the shipwreck that's part of the map. And then the rest of it is over on the far side of the map from where we start. Yes, there's a volcano. Very cool. I think this is the only bad water source which is actually buried under the volcano. So that's going to be a challenge. With the folktales, the only thing we can do is... we've got the rig and the dome, so we might we'd have to uncover it, and then we could put a bad water rig over it, but that's a long way off. But yeah, most of the metal on this map is way over here, so I don't know if there was another ruin, and then I'll talk about the changes that I made to allow us earlier metal access. I don't think there was. I think there was the one here, pockets of metal around the volcano, and I think that's to sort of suit the theme that it's an island. So what I've done is I've put in a set of ruins over here so that we can get access relatively soon, and I put in an underground ruin here. Obviously, it's in water, so we're going to have to work to gain access to it. It's not going to be super easy. We're going to have to block around it, or be levy around it. And although we've got access to some oak trees early on, we're going to have to work to maintain access to them and get a forester going pretty quick. And bad tides are going to be a problem for a while. But this is a beautiful map. If I go into dev mode and turn off the fog and get free mode on the camera, you can see this is a really cool map. So essentially it's a bay. We're in this corner here. We've got a sunken pirate ship. The main water source is in here, and I think it's about 13 strength, might be more. It's a pretty strong water source in here. It comes out over these falls, floods around here. We've got this kind of terrain feature here, which has a water source in it. It's a beautiful map. And then this side, we've got this volcano, and then all the way around the edge, we've got this kind of lip, which is just retaining a bit of an ocean. So I think this map's going to be really cool for... Let's just get the camera back. I think this map's going to be really cool for the folktales with the zip lines, with this kind of open construction. I've been debating which faction to play for several reasons. One, JC's obviously doing a series with the folktales. I didn't want to be seen to be copying him, but the zip lines are one of my favorite features. So yeah, we're going to make a start. Obviously the early game is going to be very similar, so my kind of plan is to get going and then probably time lapse a bunch of this so that we can work to the interesting stuff more quickly. He says as he just rabbits on endlessly. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll get some stuff set up. terms of early damming and farming, obviously we can't dam the bay, and we don't want to with a bad tide coming. This is going to get polluted. Everything's going to get polluted by bad tides. Bad tides are going to wreck us. For a drought early on, probably damming across here might be sensible. But we need to get lumberjacks working. Let's just run. Probably want to stagger the path back a bit, actually. So we've got space for more water pumps. So I plan to learn from my experience of playing on kind of much harder settings to stockpile lots of resources so that we can really expand the basics of the colony. And that's why I'm going to time lapse a lot of this. So I want to establish a good basic stable colony and then try and at that point burst technology. So let's get things running. We can up the number of builders temporarily. We'll gather a flag in to get these berries picked up as well. We want to get a farmhouse in somewhere, not really sure where. And then we just want to spam in a bunch of carrots to get some food growing. And it's quite interesting that the area we have access to, possibly we want to take these out. And maybe actually we look at putting a dam across here, because that would keep this big area hydrated. It's going to screw us even worse in a bad tide, but yeah. For the sake of a couple of dam blocks, we could be in quite a good situation then. So I'm going to go a little bit slowly initially to get ourselves situated. So priority is going to be building water pumps. Obviously with the folktales we need housing for them to breed. If you've been watching the Ember Pelt series, we're not stopping that. I'm going to be alternating it. I'll probably do a couple of episodes on this to get some momentum, and then we'll be switching between the two. Don't worry, I'm not going to be abandoning that, having huge amounts of fun on that. That will stay on update 6 until the mods that I need for that are in update 7. I am running the goods statistics mod. That has been ported already. There are a few on mod.io that are on it in update 7 already, so that's really cool. And actually we are doing pretty well. Having 4 builders and access to oak trees is giving us a really good early start. So let's get some carrots queued up. We are going to need to reduce the number of builders straight off the bat, and probably the number of log cutting people. I know, good technical description, that. And we will just spam in as many carrots as we can. So yeah, playing on hard mode. Because generally that's the mode that I like to play on, and it's more fun, let's say that. And I don't think it will limit us exploring the challenge of I'm going to pause the berry picker for a bit as well. And we'll go down to 1 builder, because we're not building anything. We're going to start throwing in some water storages. probably what we'll do is we will actually... No, let's cancel the demolition of that one because we need that to get across to there. We'll get all these carrots planted. Going to, before they plant those, run the path through there. We are going to want access to these trees as well. Spare beaver, so we'll put you in there, get you cutting trees down. Actually, we've got more trees than we can use at the moment. You're full, so let's throw those in the builder's hut. Get the building done quicker. And where do I want to put housing? It's a bit of a weird shape area to start with. Maybe we come out here. 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. It's not a bad start. So we've probably got, I mean, not that many days. I really can't remember. Basically, I just want to grow as many crops as I can. We can push back planting around this way once we get into the drought situation. But first I want to make sure we've got plenty of storage built. There we go. And the first drought won't be that long. But having access to oak trees is really good for the start. It's really good for the start. So what I think I'm going to do now, actually, is maybe we'll get to the first drought and then we'll time lapse through some stuff. I want to actually prioritize getting this done. So we're also going to mark this one for demolition, and we probably need to get a path through here, and we probably can't. So let's collectively also demolish that. Maybe that's why they're not demolishing the things that I told them to. Probably they can't get to them yet. So let's continue that. Is that all the carrots planted? It is, so we can pause that. We can get a few more of those going. We'll get another builder in. I'm going to run the game on slow for the moment, just while I get myself organised. And then, yeah, we'll have a path there. We'll run a path up to there. We can then set that one to be demolished as well. I'll make all of those a high priority job. We're back to double speed. I'm going to an 18-hour workday. Still got 3 houses are nearly built as well. Awesome stuff. Right, so then we'll demolish that, and we'll demolish that. And then we're going to come in here. And with 2 dams. And yes. I use warehouse cheese. It's fine. We set that to empty. And something we don't have, and that should stop any notification issues. We make those all a priority. We've got an spare beaver, so you can go to work in there. And then I want to build a medium warehouse. I know it's not optimal that it's so far away from where the farm is. It is good for... nothing's optimal at the moment. Nothing is optimal at the moment. Kind of is what it is. I'll leave space for at least 2 more houses. We're going to have a very stretched out colony for now, but we're going to put that in for carrots. You can see the good statistic mod is working now. It's telling us it's going to take 3 days to fill up our water supply. Very cool. That's okay. So then we're going to want to put in an inventor. And I don't really want to put it there because that's going to be using up farmable land. So this land is all going to dry. Nope, that's where a house is going to go. There, yep. So we'll get the dam finished. What's it whinging about? Building is being emptied and does not accept new goods. Okay, that's fine. At least it's not flashing. And we won't see it most of the time because this dam is going to be well out of our view, but this dam's off a pretty huge area. Now we might actually be wise to rip out those. That needs 4 more logs. We've got plenty of logs. We do have access to, well, we can get access to the oak trees down here. So we've got some berries left. The carrots have got 4 days left to go. We've not got the drought alert yet, but 4 more logs. So it's going to be very hard to make this bad tide proof because it's being fed from above with this very cool little system here. But at least in a drought now, we've got this big area sorted. So that's pretty cool. Going to prioritize getting these ripped out. You can be paused. We've got 2 spare beavers, so gonna want them farming pretty soon, but let's prioritize building the inventor. Let's put another one in because then any spare beavers we've got can go into that, and we really need to get science soon. We also really need access to more trees soon. So, yep, that's how we bridge across there. Love it or hate it, that's how we do it. So, yeah, we've got science coming in now. We've got storage for the carrot. Water is full. I think we'll build 1 more house. You will be set to empty, and explosives again. You will be the same. I will replace these once we get access to the technology. And we will build some more water barrels. For well-being, very nice. They're at 9%, so they could be ready in the morning. So the next thing we want to get is a forester sorted. Crops. I think I'm going to throw in some potatoes in this corner. Yep. So let's mark all of these to be cut. You can all be paused. We'll just keep the one pumping, he says, as the water suddenly drops massively. Actually, we've got 2 spare beavers. We'll throw one more back in there. Yeah, we really need to get to the science. Now, carrots are coming up, and we're not going to be planting if... What we'll do, we'll deprioritize one of those. We'll pause one of those. That gives us all of those that we need. Yeah. We don't really need 4 builders either at this point. So that means we can have both of those pumping. Yep. Looks good. Looks good. So at the moment, our main option is to have a very long colony. I think probably we want to change that to be levees, because we could quite easily make this be an irrigation pond once we unlock levees. And maybe we situate our forester around here. I'm trying to think about where to put industry, because we do need to start making logs. Thanks. Even. We don't have a lot of space at the start. Unless we come across here. Maybe we do that. Because my thought is that we just rely on the hamster wheel. Initially. Just to get us going. So we'll get that built as well. That'll be quite important. We need a storage for the potatoes. They both full. Okay. Towards you both. Let's prioritize building those. We just use them as log stores. Carrots coming in. We'll get a couple more builders going. We've got a decent amount of water stored, but he can always do with more water storage. Apart from that, it's going to use logs. But we've got some oak trees that will mature at some point, so even if we end up waiting for them to get the logs that we need, I'm not too worried. I do the same thing. Again, we will replace these. Just getting us access to the space that we have. 40 logs. Wow. Okay. but needs must and all that. Needs must. So, yeah. I think we'll see how long the first route's going to be. And we've got our 70 science, so we are able to unlock the forester. It's only 60 science. I always think it's 70. I don't know why. Excellent. Yeah, so I'm thinking we put it here. My reasoning being that if we can get to levees, I mean, actually, we could use dams. That we dam off this bit and we put a water dump in here. It does rely on the depth of this being lower than dam height, so maybe we use levees. So it's 6-day drought. I'm kind of curious to see how this behaves. Over time. It's quite a big area, so I'm guessing it will flow off and dry out. You can see all of this is drying out quite quickly. So this stays hydrated. That's interesting. I'm guessing some of this will as well. So I guess in long droughts, we might be able to do what I call drought farming and come down in here and farm. So we can start making our planks now. We are a few beavers short, but that should be okay. So we'll put in the extra house, but that's got to be our priority. We've got a nice supply of carrots. The potatoes are growing. We will then have to make the grill. Yeah. How deep are these? 1. Okay. Yeah, it's quite interesting that we're part of a day and we're still able to pump. But it looks like this should stay hydrated for a reasonable amount of time. And I really don't think us pumping out of this is having a significant effect. It's just the rate that it drains at. And obviously we could change that by eventually getting over there and damming it up. So we have no logs currently, so let's pause those guys, unpause you. Let's prioritize harvesting, get the ones that we can. These can cut some trees down. You might as well be paused while we collect some logs up. Pause you. We'll get the logs and then we'll use some logs to make some planks. You may as well be paused. Let's pause building those. We really need to get this forester in. And then we need the research to get levees and the water dump. Because that is, if you think about it, that is a 3x, more than a 3x3. We could turn it into a 3x3 with some levees pretty much. So kind of perfect irrigation space. So yeah. But these, yeah, they are harvest ready. So okay, that classic point where you're locked by lack of logs. One there we can get, so we might as well. But we've got solid food supply, solid water supply. Science is coming in. So it's 120, isn't it, for the levies? Yeah. And I think this will be good because, yes, some of the trees will be affected by bad tide. But if we can get some... So what we'll do is we'll plant oak trees towards the back and then pine trees and then birch trees towards the front. Now we've got our first potatoes coming in. We won't build the grill yet. Oh, awesome. Right, that's in. So let's stop that. Let's pause for a second. And as I said, what we'll do is we'll do oak trees towards the back. I think just like that. Then do a couple of layers of pine trees. And then we'll do birch trees. And I'm hoping I can't get around the back there. I bet if I put in that, there we go. I bet if I build that, you'll be able to, because you'll be able to get around there. We're going to prioritize planting the birch trees. We can unpause those now. We can unpause those now. Unpause you. You can be paused. We've got enough science to build the levees now. We've just not got enough logs. We need 24 logs. So and then to build the fluid dump is logs and planks, so we can get to that as well. Now I think the plan would be actually maybe to put that, I bring those forwards. Not sure where to put that yet. So our water supply will last us 7 more days, which is awesome. We could obviously pump water out of there, but I don't really want to. And we'll change that to be replanting. We didn't save those crops. So. And there'll be games we can play with blocking off little bits of this to catch water as well. We're getting up here. In time. Maybe getting up here and trying to protect this from bad tide. I don't know yet. The first bad tide, I think we're just going to have to deal with it. So that's the first drought over. I think at this point, I'm going to jump into a bit of a time lapse. So because really it's a case of just progressing through things, growing the colony a bit, getting wood supply established. So yeah, I don't normally do this in videos, but because the interesting thing is the new tech, I think that's the best way to rapidly progress this series to something a bit more interesting. So I will be back with you in probably a couple of cycles. If you don't want to watch the time lapse, that's just fine. I understand. You aren't going to miss anything. So that was a time lapse of cycle 2. We are in cycle 3, and we have a little bit of a challenge. We finished with 0 water on that cycle, and we already have the alert for the next drought. So panic building a pump. I put this in hoping that the water level would naturally fill this. It doesn't seem to be yet. I'm hoping it will, so that it will keep things irrigated. And I'm trying to do the same down here. We'll see if it works or not. But we have a challenge. We will see if we can rise to that challenge. We've got our irrigation in here for the trees. So we have a tree farm going. We have access up to this area now, which is cool. And make that a low priority task just to get rid of those. But we are facing some challenges. Because basically it's going to take us 7 days to refill our water supply. And we don't have 7 days. So we'll play through cycle 3 as well in this video. And then I think we will call it a day, because it will have been quite a long video. I have a backup plan in that we can basically come out here and put water pumps into this area. So I think we'll be fine. But it was a bit of a wake-up call when I realised that we had no water at the end of that drought. I'll probably pause that for now. But yeah, the tree farm is producing, which is good. We can get access now to this as well because we have ladders. I'm not routinely producing planks because it doesn't seem sensible. This is the last cycle that's definitely a drought, so that's a problem. The next one could be a bad side, so we probably want to be unlocking the medium tanks, which means we need to be getting some gears as well. We might look at that through the drought, actually. We might have a look at that through the drought, but we have 200 water saved up. So we have recovered a little bit. We have 18 beavers, so they're going to be using 36 water a day. 36 times 7. Where's my calculator? 1 moment, please. So it's going to use 252. So we don't have enough. We have enough storage, so if we can just keep pumping. But we are going to want... I didn't get this done either. I still need to block all of these off. So that's a project for another cycle. And this didn't get filled up either. So, and I probably don't want to be dumping water in there. So, yeah. And I'm not sure where we're going to put large water barrels. I want to cut down that tree. Because I want to put in the grill because we've got lots of potatoes. We have more than enough science for the gear workshop. So we'll put that there. We are going to be very short of power. So we will put another... did I put that the wrong way? I did not. We'll put another hamster wheel along the back. Won't be perfect, but it will do something. So we'll get those built. we're going to need to do something better than this. We could look at building windmills. Could look at building some windmills after this. Maybe we should look at moving the industry up here. Other thing we need to think about is how we protect this from bad tide. And that was my mobile phone. Which I'm not sure about. And thankfully we're still pumping water in the drought. But yeah, it would be good if we... What are we building? We're probably building these. These are a low priority. Let's get the gears sorted. If we really needed to, during the droughts, at least we could come out here and pump water, because this is a big volume of water, so it shouldn't evaporate quickly. We do need planks for that, so we'll get that going. Yeah, we really need to sort out a more robust industry. I think once those trees are cleared, we will get rid of these berry bushes. Yeah, we've already got the log store here. So it kind of makes sense. We will start setting up a new industrial area here. Because really, long term, we're looking at wind power with hard mode on here. And because we've got a little bit of height, not really. Yeah, we're really looking at wind power. The droughts and the bad tides are so long that we can't really rely on water wheels. So yeah, we'll use this to get some stuff going on. Because we need to get through the drought. So that's those done. We ended up with 300 water stored, which is really nice. I've got a spare beaver, so we'll get you going in there. We'll make sure that's a high priority job, so when we unpause it, they do come do it. Yeah. Oh, that tree's gone. So we can now put in our grill for grilled potatoes, because we have a decent amount stored, and that will scale up 4-to-1, so it's like 400 food there, which is pretty nice. And I say, if we really need it, there is a lot of water here that we can pump. So obviously not during a bad tide. But with 4 days left, we've got a decent water supply. So I am less concerned. Kind of. I do that, we block off water to our pumps. If I do that, and then that. We don't have simple triggers yet, so we're going to have to do it all manually. And then we could remove those. What I'm thinking is if we have those in place, when we close it, we might save some of this from contamination from bad tide, apart from this bit. So equally, we'll have a look at where the waterfall's here, and I might put a block across here. Just to try and protect some of the food growth. So you're going to be a priority. We are 4 workers short. Let's pull a couple out of there. We'll pause one of the lumberjacks. So we need more houses. Okay. You can be paused for now until that's done. So I think for housing, I want to unlock the platforms. Yeah, I'm going to build them out over the water. Not very resource efficient though, is it? Might be more efficient to just go staircase. When we get to there with a path, we can. Not very efficient, but and just throw some housing back here. But I think we want at least some more beavers. But before they work on that monster building project, let's get that going. Let's make sure that that's a higher priority. So that gets all the planks. Yeah. I'm not too worried about losing the odd tree down here. But we've made it through the drought, obviously, because we've got water being pumped continuously. It's not enough to not be negative on water supply, but we are at least positive on water supply. Yeah. Yep. And so this is not the bottom of the map. So we can deepen around here if we want to, long term. So we've got grilled potatoes now. The grill is not quite full. Once it's full, we'll pause it. That needs some more plank still. That needs more plank still. So once we've got that, plant our missing trees. I know I probably don't need to have this path come all the way through, so we got through the drought just fine. So what I want to do is watch where this water comes in. To create the ability to separate it. Let's then pause. So if we were also one, I need to connect the gear workshop up, and then I need to have the power on So if I were to come across, if I were to put levees in there, and then if I, actually, do I want to come back a bit further? Now, I'm not saying this is a complete bad tide defense, but what I'm thinking is it might help. In that it will keep some clean water this side, and it will stop it all being completely contaminated in the same way as we're doing here. Now, there's no guarantee we will get it all built in time, but, you know, particularly as we are short of resources in the term of beavers. So I'm going to pause all of the science, which is not my favorite thing to do. Pause you. Unpause this one. Mark that oak tree for cutting. These have been sat waiting to be cut for a really long time. Oh, we've got some broken teeth. Well-being, broken teeth. We'll put that there. Unconnected building is the house. That should be finished any moment. Yep. I'll pause this soon. And unpause all our other water pumps. The planks and gears are going. Yep, let's pause you now. And unpause all of those. And we're suddenly 3 beavers short. So I'm going to pause the grill. 2 beavers short. No, we can't really afford to go down to pause that. Yeah, we'll just have to run that inefficiently. 1 beaver short. We haven't got lots of logs, have we? No. 1 builder. Yep. And what we're going to start doing is not the best use of arable land, but 20 gears. It's going to take us a while to make 20 gears, but the first bad tide, assuming it hits, should be quite short. Good. We are also going to throw in those guys. That's a high priority build. Yep. I think might be worth us deleting those as well. We can get that built. And that obviously need planks, which we're getting planks slowly. And gears. We could do with a campfire, I know. Maybe we could put one there. We need more beavers, but I'm a little bit worried about the water supply, particularly with the potential of an impending bad tide. So, yeah. Hence, not increasing the population anymore. You can be paused for now. It gives us a spare beaver. Let's get you building so that we can build stuff. Yeah, get the water tank built. Water is up pretty high actually, and we've got a pretty decent amount of water storage. So yeah, that's nearly built actually. So we'll get that built. Then going to get that one built. Oh, I almost thought we were going to get a bad side notification then. Pause you. Another build going. So we'll have that and that as medium priority task. I think that's the only things we've got being built, but we will do 18-hour work days, please. No, it's not. Well, they are much cutting. They just haven't got to them yet. That's okay. Early game, remember, we can't do everything at once. And we have our first bad tide approaching, so, yep. I think we will not focus on making gears. We will focus on planks and building. 400. The first bad tide's gonna be quite short. If we need to, I might pull one of the beavers out of pumping. And I'm going to. I'm going to get them cutting logs. Just to maintain log supply. I don't think we're going to get this built in time. Oh, we've got a natural slope there. That means we don't need that. I'm sure some of you are frantically typing that in the comments. If you were, you can delete your comment. So that saved us some planks. But I don't think we're going to get this finished in time, but you know, do what we can do. We'll do what we can do. This will let us protect some of the crops. I guess we're going to have to delete that natural slope. Stop them going down there, aren't we? Maybe, I don't know. Technically, that's done its job. We don't need that one. Yeah, technically we don't need that one. So that's saved us a bunch of resources. Particularly planks. So 0.8 days. 24-hour workday. There's no way they can build all of that at all. So I think what actually we need to do is tell them to demolish that. as a high priority. And some of you are going to get stuck. Yep. Oh, this is bad. 24-hour workday. All of my builder beavers stuck. Oh, this is not good. Two of you were so dumb. Actually, it's my fault. Come on, build this super quick before they get ill. Come on, you're not stranded anymore. Yes. So, let's pause. Let's pause. Let's delete that staircase. Let's close this. Oh, no. Can you tell I'm flustered? Pause that. Let them delete that again. Right. They can't get down in there. Let's delete that so they can't get down in there. What we could do is we could unlock the platform. No, we can't because we don't have enough science. Okay. What we could do is we could use warehouse cheese. To allow us to construct that. And it's actually a 9-day bad tide. Now there is an argument that the bad water will flow that way. And so this will stay somewhat clean. So we could build this. And they should be okay to build that. So this will stay clean because this is closed and this is closed. So I think we might be okay, but I'm going to end things there and we will see how it ends up next time. Thanks for watching, guys. Update 7 is quite exciting. Obviously, we are not there yet. But we've progressed to cycle 4. We should be okay to get through 9 days with 500 water and 20 beavers. That's what, 40 water a day. So yeah, we should be good. We might even be able to put a water dump in this area to keep some of these crops hydrated and growing. We've got 300 food plus the potential for another 400, so we should be good for food to get through as well, even if all the crops die. And we've got some sort of intermediate bad tide protection. This map's going to be hard for bad tides. If you've got thoughts on dealing with that, let me know. Welcome back to Timberborn and our update 7 let's play. So this one is being recorded not long after the first video released, so I've not really seen much feedback on that video, but we did leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger, starting our 9-day bad tide, and we are going to be attempting to build our bad tide diversion. Buried storage is full, so it probably would be sensible to pause you prioritize building that. Basically, try and, before these berries die, maybe get some more of them in storage, because let's be honest, they probably will end up here. You can see they're already dying, so let's just try and get some of those done. Looks like they're being more affected by the bad water above than our mixed water in here, but these are dying. They are grown, so let's prioritize harvesting. Although we are completely full on carrot storage, so that was a bad move on my part. Let's see if we can sneak another warehouse there for carrots. We'll high prioritize building that as well. We've actually got 3 spare beavers at the moment. I guess because we're minimizing water pumping. We should probably have those available to work. But I'm going to deprioritize all of them. So I would like to get these berries picked. Right, let's do that. So this is going to be a normal video today. This is a bit of a bonus one. Next video is going to be back on ember pelts. And then we'll see how we go from there. So we are getting dying around here as well. We might find that only a little bit of this remains farmable. We will just have to see. The same. Yeah, the trees are going to start to die as well. I'm kind of hoping that if the bushes die out, that means we don't have to delete them. We can come in with the paths. But we'll see what happens. Also, we're losing some of our oak trees. That's a bit annoying. Oh well. Live and learn. First bad tide and all that. So this is all pretty nastily contaminated. Are they full already? Okay. So what we can do is even worth it. Let's try throwing in a couple more. See if we can grab a few more berries. We've got the warehouse in, so we can grab a few more carrots. We are being hit really hard, aren't we? Let's plant a few more potatoes over in this area. Probably wise. Now, we don't really need berries for a while. The only reason we really need them is later on when we get the herbalist. But I need paper. And to get to paper, we need... Actually, we could get to paper soon, so... That's not been too awful yet. But things are going to get worse there. So I suspect we're going to lose a lot of our trees. Let's switch that back on to try and counter some of that. This would obviously be better if this wasn't all contaminated. The fun thing we're going to have is that this is going to take a while to clear out. I think what we will do, plan for that, with the ability to push in some clean water. I'm not worried if this I am actually worried if this dries out, thinking about it, because if it dries out completely, then did I unlock the platform? I did not. Could I unlock the platform? I could, and I could build one. I could not unlock the platform. Okay, in that case, for now, no, because we'll end up having to delete it. Let's empty that water tank. I want to get a water dump in here so that we can keep some crops growing. So we'll put you back on planting. Some of the trees are going to survive. Maybe. We've got a decent amount of food. Right. These can now be paused. These floodgates will be set to completely shut for now. That is empty, so we're going to throw in a fluid dump. We've got plenty of water. We've got enough water to last us 12 days, and we've only got 6 days to go. So, yeah. We want to be planting crops in the areas that we can. So, let's get some more in there. I think we rip out these berry bushes now. Let's prioritize building with that. Are we still making planks? We are. We don't have many logs. You don't need to be working in there. You can come up here. You could be told to cut down some of these birch trees. I think you can reach some of those as well, so that'll help us out a little bit. Yeah, because I wonder if some of this contamination spread is just kind of lack of irrigation. But let's get crops planted where we can. That just seems like a sensible idea, so we can survive this bad tide. Got 12 logs there. We should get those picked up. So some of the trees are surviving. Not to be cut, you are. Yeah, you're just not getting around to cutting that pine tree down. So there's that one oak tree that's waiting to grow up. And then there's a few more there, actually. Okay. There's all these oak trees that we need to get to at some point, but we'll get there. We will get there. And this is waiting on planks. Need those to go. Oh, we're on 24-hour workday still. No one. Someone probably is telling me that I'm still got them on 24-hour workdays and they're all exhausted. So, yep. Oops. My bad. Oh well. So the crop growing situation is pretty grim. It's pretty grim, but we've got 600 food, so that's okay. Obviously, it would be better if this all wasn't a toxic soup, but first bad tide. So, yeah, is what it is. You can be paused as well. We need to make sure at the end of the 5 days this is built, and I'm not going to open this until we have clean water through here. Okay, so most of the trees are dying. Oh well, some of the oaks survived. So we're going to have to work towards contamination barriers, which is metal and planks. So in terms of getting to metal, we mainly need lots of science. So, but these bad tides are just rough. They really are. But that's nearly built. So hopefully we can improve things soon. TM. Let's prioritize ripping these out. And we will get some more crops planted. So we'll do a few more carrots. We'll do some more potatoes. And that should help things. It at least means we're not going to be completely devoid of growing crops by the end of the bad tide. So food's at least not completely negative. The tree situation is grim. So I think probably it would be sensible for us to think about coming along here and getting down to this big stash of oak trees. Because that's quite a lot of wood. So let's prioritize building that so that the resources we've got go into building that, even those pine trees have gone. But are they still thinking they're deleting that? Let's get rid of that. We're getting this built. Once it's built, we'll be in a better position next time. You know, look at the positives. We've got a good amount of food stockpiled. We're still growing food. So that's good. Our water situation is good, but not great. So we really need to look at getting that improved. So probably it would be sensible to look at getting that done. Oh, we did get the campfire built in the end. So let's pause you. Let's get a lumberjack in over here. Let's pause that one. That's not really worth pausing the forester because I'll forget to unpause it when the time comes. So, and we do want to get trees being replanted as soon as possible. So we'll do that. Those now don't need to be deleted. So we can come in here and do that. We just need these trees to grow up, which are close. let's just ease up on the speed. So that's built now, so we can then look at recovering the logs from that. That's completely closed for now. What I'd like to do is maybe set that to like 0.9 and have them start dumping fresh water in here. This is going to cause us so many issues to get this clean. You should be paused. You should very definitely be paused. This guy is cutting logs. We have made it through our first bad tide. I'm going to just run a path up there just to make sure they can get rid of those at some point. Why they're not picking those up. We do need to start gear production so we can start building this again. Because we only just made it through the bad tide. So I would quite like to put in another water pump. So you are going to be marked to not be replanted. You are going to be set to be pumping as soon as possible. Very short of beavers still. So I think what we'll do is we can squeeze another house in there if we cut those trees down. So let's do that. This is brackish now, so let's open that up. And hopefully that will sort itself out. That needs to be a priority for the planks. Let's pause those. Let's get a couple of beavers out of there. Hopefully this will be clean soon. We really, really need more water pumps. Some of you are not going to like this. But we can't really afford to build platforms yet. So we're going to do that. That's not ideal actually, because that's going to be relatively stagnant. So let's not do that. Let's instead do... Can I afford to build one? I don't even really want to build one platform because we need the planks. Build a levee. Yeah, that wouldn't hurt. Let's do that. Let's high prioritize building that. Yeah. Alright, that's relatively clean, so I'm going to open that. Get those pumping. You can be paused. Just pulling in the bad stuff. Okay, we will wait a moment to open that. That's taking a while to get built. That's just taking ages to get flushed. Maybe because I built those. Let's get rid of those. They didn't do what I wanted them to do. So those I don't want to be built. That's not looking too bad, so let's open that up. Right, you can go now. You can put in another house there. They're getting some trees planted. You, a little berry bush, are going to go. And I guess I could divert bad water away from this. Especially if we got metal. Let's keep deleting these and getting these picked up. Got a couple of spare beavers. So let's throw them in builders for now. I do want one of you in there. Grill the potatoes. The food is at least being grown again, which is good. Keep deleting those. Getting the logs back. We're at 61 water. That's not brilliant. I did prioritize that, yeah. Hey, have I got anything else high prioritized? That. Okay. This thing is going to be deleted and they shouldn't be able to get to it, so that's okay. I could really do with a drought next, to be honest. Yeah, I could really do with a drought next. We could probably do with something to let us flush water through here. But here's what it is. There's going to be a little bit of contamination sat in there. Just going to have to live with that. Let's plant more crops. We'll just do all of that as crops. That's slowly getting built, but very slowly. So I think we're going to spam small water tanks along the back there. Not that we're filling our current collection of water tanks. But, you know, I think what we might need to do is check that we have all of these prioritized as workplaces. Right, let's high priority. We don't have any haulers yet to be able to help with that, but it's just taking so long to clean this out, and this is going to be the thing that's going to one of the things that's going to be hard with this map, I think. One of the many things. Let's get that in. Let's get that removed. Let's keep getting those removed. Yeah. Oh. So currently it's going to take us 8 more days to fill up our water supply. We don't have 8 more days. I think it would be beneficial. We've got injured beavers. We don't have hospital beds yet. I think it would be beneficial to come up here, to unlock the single platform water pump there. I think the other thing that is going to be beneficial is staircase there. And we need to get a lumberjack in here to clear a few of these out. Let's prioritize those. So many things that we need to be trying to do. Pause you. Unpause you. Finally getting some of the trees replanted on day 4. So this is running and it looks like it's got us relatively clean water. Let's get those logs picked up. So what I'm thinking is if we can get a path around here. Yeah, it has to be this way. We'll try and minimize the amount that we have to cut down. Oh, we'd need to get up to there, wouldn't we? So I think the way that we do that is with cheese. Hope you like your cheese. Again, kind of temporary for construction purposes. And then we put in floodgates there. And that way we can stop bad water coming into all of this area. And then what we would need to do is over this way. And we probably won't get this done this cycle. But then we come over here and we would have to block this off with something. And that something could probably be dams. And maybe dams across here as well. Alright, let's just delete the last of those. So can we unlock the medical bed? Can we unlock the medical bed? Well-being. 80 science. We've got 84 science. Yeah, I suppose so. It's probably advantageous to get the beavers back. Let's do that. We'll just put the 1 in for now. Let's make it a medium build priority. We've got somewhat clean water. We need to let all those trees regrow. Unless we get another bad tide, and then it won't, you know. I've got a drought approaching. That's the best news we've had all series. Because we'll be able to pump water out of here. We will be able to farm. Oh, I'm so pleased. So pleased. Let's pause this. This will get us back our missing beaver. We can, although, prioritize those extra water tanks. Right. We are going to just delete you. Got only a single log, so yeah, that's fine. Don't want to close off that bit because it impacts our access to stuff. With a drought coming, we can probably throw in, let's put an oak tree there. It's 8 extra logs. I know. Just wondering if we could get forester up there. We might in the future. Let's pause you for now, because we can now connect up the path. Actually, with the time that we have remaining, let's come across here and focus on this. Because if they can get this done, we've got logs pretty close by, then we might be able to hold a bunch more water up here. Yeah. So that's that then. We then want to, I think, in the fullness of time, just from almost like an aesthetic point of view, dam across that bit, because it will deepen this. 0.6 days. They are not going to build that in 0.6 days. It's not the end of the world. I think if we can get this done for next time, this is going to put us in a better position. So this is nearly done. We don't need to close those floodgates because we've got the dams here. We can get rid of that now. Yeah, I think this drought is going to let us consolidate things very nicely. So let's just close that up. Let's pause our pumps. Yep. So if this gets built, we will still be able to pump out of here. I'm going to leave these blockages. I'm going to get rid of this one, but I'm going to leave the rest of them just because they kind of look cool. Hopefully we can get this built in the time that we need to. We've got 5 spare beavers now, so let's put them to work. We've got a bunch of birch trees here that can be cleared, should be cleared. No reason not to be cleared. That we have natural access to, so let's do that. Let's get another lumberjack in over here. Let's put in a nicer path to do that. So it's a 6-day drought. That's just fine. We should be good with our 400 water. Wood. We'll put in a couple more lumberjacks. Get those prioritized. thought we told them to not plant those. Equally, these don't need to exist now, although there is an tree there. So actually, saying that, we'll put you back so you can cut down that lone oak. Farm sim fans will get excited at that. You can go now. You can go now. That's nearly built. Awesome. We'll clear these trees, I think, before we worry about clearing the others. Those are prioritised. How are we doing for builders? We'll get all of the builders going. We're still surviving on the one farm, which is pretty nuts. I'm going to start dumping some water in there. We're going to put back the staircase to get us access to that pump if we need it. Yep. And we're going to think about a new industrial area. Now, given we are enabling water retention up here, going to be horribly bloated. I'm sorry. I can get most of those. Cool. It's starting to work on that, which is brilliant. I'm going to put it over here. So I think what we want to have is, we can come in here. Brilliant. A couple of lumber mills. Probably a couple of gear workshops. And that adds up to 120, 240, 340. Now if we go into power, the windmills are 150 if the wind's blowing well. So we probably want at least 3 of these. But what we need is a bunch more science. So that's the thing. So we'll let them start building those first. That'd be an idea. We're almost there on the medium water tank. We are going to need more of those. I do want more water pumping capacity. Kind of like to have it out in where the water's flowing, which is kind of along here. Do we need to get down here? Not really. We risk beavers coming down here to delete it and getting stuck. So what I want to do, that is high prioritized. So I think for now we can. Not sure where our planks are going. I want them to bring them here, because then we can unpause this water pump. Because we have 3 days worth of water left. So what we'll do is we'll build another water pump there. We'll make building that a high priority. Please. Has that got any planks in it? No. You're just running really inefficiently. Right, let's pause that and that. Right, you're in. You get to work. Because we are getting through water way quicker than we are producing it. We have 2 days worth of water left. So that says to me, build even more water pumps. But let's do that. And this has got a decent amount of water in it. So, yep. That also says to me, long term, we need to build more water pumps. So, let's then make that a medium priority. Then we need to get those built. And then we need to get those built. So, yep. And once they've built those, they need to be at 0 height unless it's a bad tide. You need to be paused. So you've been wasting water on that. I'm sure some of you have been commenting on that. Well done. You are better than me. You are an awesome Timberborn player. 3.8 days. No, not worth it now. In long droughts, we should be making use of some of this irrigated land. But the food situation is just fine, so... yeah. The plank situation, not so fine. Or the water situation, but the water situation should be about to improve significantly with 3 water pumps to run. We do need you to be dumping water. Yep. Go back to triple speed. So we've now got 3 water pumps. We've got an infected beaver. Okay. I guess that was from maybe when we were doing dumb things in the bad tide. Unfortunately, they are just going to be a burden on society. Because we don't really have a way of dealing with it, so... or not that I'm going to worry about, other than a way that I would deal with it if you weren't all watching. That can probably be paused as well. There's a moderate amount of water in there. Now, what have we got on the ground there? Logs, planks. We haven't got any plank storage. That's probably a bit of a silly idea. So let's put in a small storage for planks and a small storage for gears. Planks. Gears. Yep. That's probably not a bad idea. And then we can get all of that picked up. Our water's still going down. So let's build yet another water pump. Because I would like in a drought to be able to pump enough water rather than negative water. Yeah. And we've got a couple of spare beavers, so we have grown our population, I guess, quite significantly. Food stocks are holding, which is good. But water not so much. So 4 drought water pumps. We can now build another water pump to run during non-drought times. And what we will do is just shift the path slightly like that. And I'm going to put in a small water tank there for when we get haulers sorted, which we could do. Apart from the fact that it might be a while before we get it built, we could put a hauling post there. We could run the path around like that, because it probably is sensible to have the path connected all the way around. Yeah. We're just using the plank. There we go. So we've got another water pump as well. So they can get to those. They just need the planks. No, that's good. These are being built. They just need logs. That's the drought over. So as soon as we get enough water, we will turn these guys off and get these guys going. I'm going to prioritize building that water pump. Oh, there's a water source there. I did not realize that. Oh, that's even better, isn't it? Oh, it's not actually, because that means bad water's going to come out of there. Well, that's not so good, is it? We can't demolish that. Well, that screwed my little idea up, hasn't it, folks? Can you hear the wind being knocked out of my sails? Yes, we can keep this area clean. Alright, let's think. Let's think. We need metal to deal with that. Yeah, we can't deal with that yet. It's so annoying. I thought we'd nailed it. I thought we'd nailed it. Oh well. Did not realise there was a water source there. Oh, that's so frustrating. Let's pause you. We can get rid of you. We can put carrots in your place. We have full storages for everything. And you need to be set to be water. You are now flooded. You are now able to access water. So we need to build more food storage. God, we're so short of space. So short of space. It can be paused. Because we've got the science now to build the windmills. Yes, please. 1, 2, 3. Actually, what we should do is prioritize, because that can power. Is there what? can't I think? They're 120. We need way more than 3 of those. What was I thinking? Yeah, we need way more than 3 of those. But what I should do is prioritize that, because that will up my plank production. Where am I going to build storage? That's not a million miles from everything. Let's pause those now and we'll start cutting down our own trees. Let's just let them sort jobs out. Honestly, I think for now we'll do what's stopping me. All dead, aren't they? You're not dead. Yeah, you are. Let's just check these ones. Yeah. Yep, okay. Let's come in and get you two cleared out. For some reason we can't just build over the top of you. Oh, that is so annoying. I thought I'd done something so good there. Oh well. Oh well. We've got plenty of wood we can cut down. I think you could be paused for now. You can be paused for now. We've got 7 water pumps going, which is great. You're going to be carrots. Actually, we might as well just pause you, because we've got plenty of storage for potatoes. What we really need is storage for carrots, or maybe we plant more potatoes. Maybe we say you are going to get replanted as potatoes. And we're doing up here. Need 7 more planks. And then over here, we need a lot more planks. Okay. So let's make sure that they are high priority. So let's make sure those get done first. I think that's sensible. We'll start swapping these for potatoes. Yeah, then we'll get those built. Those are getting their logs, which is fine. Oh, I'm so annoyed about that. We can deal with it. We can deal with it. It's just going to take time. Like all these things. Water is going up quite nicely now. More would be more better, obviously. I think what we'll do actually is we're not going to build that. We're going to tell them to not replant those or those. They don't actually seem to be getting to them, so maybe we just say screw it. We delete those. And we put some more water pumps in. So we've got one of these built. We need 4 more planks. We've got 2. We need 2 more to be built or made. More potatoes going in. You can be paused. Get you going. Get the grill going again. We get you going as well. That just needs to finish being built and then we can get rid of all of that junk. We should actually fill our water supply, which makes me wonder if we try and not build those, but build those. Right, let's test this. Yep. That works. Assuming we remember to actually switch it. Right, that's cool. Now we can get over here. At some point, we want to cut down all of these birch trees. So by using prioritization, we will make it a low priority job. Yeah, you can get most of those. And then we'll be able to come across, put path in, put ladder in, staircase in, and work our way to metal. Hopefully next time we can get to metal. Let's also get those built. Let's get those picked up. Lots of water pumps, and what we can do then is just move the path over and replant the crops we got rid of. So it all works out okay in the end. Can we get up there? No. Once we've got a robust supply of planks, what I would like to do is another drought. Good. Good stuff. What I would like to do is start to platform out here. Maybe move the housing across this side. Maybe unlock the triple lodges. Because you're pretty sure you can have these sat in bad tide and it's not a problem. But yeah. So actually, now we've got this. This is going to be good. Because we're able to pump out of here. We've got our 4 drought pumps. If this is a long drought, we are going to be able to do something that I call drought farming. Which is fun. Maybe not here, but definitely here. So, in preparation for that, what we'll do is we'll put a farmhouse just there. Those can be low priority now because we've almost got 1,000 water stored up. You can be potatoes. I know we haven't got that many yet, but we will work on increasing that. Let's go into double speed. And I think what I'm going to do is I will play up to the drought. We'll see how long the drought's going to be. And then I will time lapse through the drought. Because what I want to use that to do is just get the colony more established. Why aren't you over here doing that? We're not going to do that. I'm going to get rid of that one. And I think what we'll do actually is put in a forester or lumberjack flag there. And we'll put you there. Yeah, so what I want to do is finish getting the stuff built that I've got planned. Probably we need to actually put in more windmills to power this. I think this is not enough. So we might have to come up, which is okay because the upward power shafts are now free and don't use gears. It's one of the changes. Yeah. So I think that's basically I want to try and make fast progress in this early bit, and then we'll go back to doing things how I do them much more normally. I think, and I've only just built this, but I'm going to move it back one because I think we could benefit from another farm here. soon. TM. So, because there's a lot of crops in the ground, we're not pulling out of the ground. So, yeah, so the drought has started. Let's just quickly pause. We want to pause all of those. Close that for what it's worth. We paused for now. That one we can leave pumping. I'm not too worried if we pump that dry. Yep. That doesn't matter. Yeah. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say thanks for watching now, folks. Hope you've enjoyed the video. If you did, click the like button. And I'm going to time-lapse my way through the 7-day drought. We've got plenty of water, so we should be good. Hopefully, by the time we get through that, we will have built everything and maybe be in a slightly better place in terms of supply for stuff. I'm just kind of conscious that I don't want these videos to be uber long. I know I could play on faster speed, but that makes it much harder for me to not miss things. And I kind of don't want to do that. So she time-lapsing it afterwards is a bit easier for me playing. So yeah, I'll get a few of these trees cleaned up. And then once the water's gone, we'll get that turned on. Yeah, so as I say, thanks for watching. Hope you are enjoying these videos. I think next time we should be able to get to metal and maybe start thinking about playing with the zip lines. One of the things that's going to be a challenge on this map for us is access to bad water, because we've got to go all the way over here. So the downside of the zip lines is you need to get to the place to build it. But maybe one of the first zip lines we're going to want to build is something that gets us right across the bay to get some bad water. So yeah, anyway, if you don't want to watch the time lapse, then you'll just see where we are at the start of the next temperate cycle. See ya. Welcome back to Timberborn and update 7, and we are going to be pivoting a little bit based on a comment by, I think it was Blackwing. Apologies if I've got your name slightly wrong, and I may have misinterpreted your suggestion, but you have inspired me nonetheless. So originally we blocked off here to stop the bad water coming in here last time, and then we found this pesky little water source here, which meant that that idea wasn't going to work. I'm going to delete these because I actually want to place more water pumps over here, but these are going to be a low priority build because we have a much higher priority job to tackle today. I will just quickly run through other people's comments and suggestions. So first one, move water pumping over here because we get fresh water back here quick, and even in a bad tide I think we will, so yep. Other one, put irrigation over here because this is safe from bad water. Yes, we'll get to that. I've paused the gear workshops and the construction of this last windmill because we need some planks. You'll see why in a moment. The other one was to block the river down here. I think that's a good idea as well. Possibly, we might want to block it here as well for when there's a bad tide to stop the bad water that comes through here pushing back up to here. Because what we're going to try and do is stop the bad tide. So originally my thought was we could just work our way up here and stick a couple of floodgates here. You'll see the start of the construction I have planned, but then it would appear that that's going to cause us a problem in that there is nowhere for the bad water to exit from here. So we'll run at double speed. Is there a cheeky water source in there? There is. That might... it shouldn't scup on my plans, actually. That should still be okay. We might just need to do things slightly differently. So my plan is we are going to come up the side here. So I've got the beavers putting in staircases down here. We have got logs, so we're going to come down here. I'm using warehouses to get up here. Yes, the cheese is real. We are saving as many logs as we can, or planks as we can. I don't know if it's worth us finishing. Well, we've got the hauling post finished. Okay. Let's drop that down to one hauler. I want to make sure we've got the builders going. I'm actually going to pause the other farmhouse. Because food is kind of okay. We need to keep an eye on the water pumps as well. But what I'm thinking is that it might be worth us putting in a little log pile there. If we get that as an obtain prioritized by haulers, then that'll help speed things up a bit. We need to get these few carrots ripped out. We're probably going to end up blocking off some of the farming. I'm not worried about that. I just want to prioritize getting this built. If we can get this built before a bad tide or too long into the bad tide, we will be good. So yeah, that is the entire focus of today. We just need to go full force on trying to get this done. So that's the plan. We will just kind of bounce around, keep an eye on things. That's still pumping. They're still pumping. The water levels are holding consistent, which is good. I am running the risk that we'll get a really long bad tide, but, you know, he who dares, he who dares. We can probably without too much risk just come in here and plant those potatoes. Yeah. What's holding up planks? We have planks. So we've got lots of plank construction going on because we also have these working, assuming that they have their logs. So, yep. The other suggestion was to make something to focus the water flow, which again, I think is not a bad idea. Maybe if we block some of these off so it focuses the water to come past the village, town. But my real thought is we move the water pumping up here so that we're focusing where we're making use of water. And honestly, it probably doesn't matter quite so much because we're making use of where the resource is. So, yeah. You got yourself stuck. Oh, well. I'm afraid, sir. That's your problem. So we need to... Let's just pause again. I don't want to waste time, but we cannot afford to rescue that dumb beaver. The only way we can afford to think about rescuing you, sir, is to do that, but it will not be a priority. Because the priority is building all of that. We will prioritize that by haulers. Let's also get one in for the planks. Maximum priority obtain. There we go. We've got a couple of spare beavers. I'm guessing, yeah, flooded water pumps. So unpause those. Open that up. Unpause that. We need to keep those going. We could maybe look at... we can definitely pause science for now, he says, thinking that we probably want the double floodgate up here. Because the water source was... water source was there. My thought is that we put a double floodgate there, and that will block all of that off, and that is all of the water coming down there. So that's basically where we need to get to. Another beaver pumping. I guess 2 spare beavers. One of them is maybe unemployed, 1 incapacitated. Okay, that's probably him and one of the others. So what we will do is just to try and minimize the annoyance of the flashingness. This is a temporary structure. It is purely to try and get this bad water divert built. Hopefully we won't end up with any stuck dumb beavers. If we do, beyond this guy, we do. He is hungry and thirsty. Let's try and save him, shall we? Let's see if we can save him. Yeah, we could probably do with the workforce. So we have got 2 spare, so let's throw you in there. Let's get some potatoes being grilled as well. Got 2 spare beavers, but 5 short jobs. I guess maybe, yeah, it's probably because of that. Well, it is what it is. We will work on getting each one of those dealt with. That's freed that beaver, so yep. Got an homeless beaver, which is interesting. I'm not sure. I guess maybe they bred while he was stuck. Yep. There is every chance we will not get this done before the bad tide hits, because it's quite a construction project. And once we get up there, we've got to do 1, 2, 3, 4 more staircases and the floodgate. So, yeah. I don't know if we'll get this done, but we'll do what we can. I'm not going to say we'll do our best, because that always reminds me of the film The Rock and Sean Connery's comment. But there we go. Bad tide approaching. 3 days to go. So plenty of motivation to try and get that done. Hopefully that's... yeah, let's work on getting that built then. Because losers complain about doing their best, winners go home and the prom queen, to quote Sean Connery's character from that film. I'm not sure with 2.5 days we will achieve this. We might push out to a 20-hour working day. This is not good for our beavers' well-being at all. But we need to get this done. So yeah. Let's make sure that these are prioritized by haulers. Could we have... no, we have no haulers, so that's a thing. Where can we spare workers from? I'm gonna take them from there for now and hope that the wind keeps blowing. And we'll just have to keep an eye on that. That might be a risky strategy. That might be a risky strategy. In fact, that feels very risky. I'm not going to do that strategy. Let's take one out of the farmhouse. Water's looking pretty good, actually. Let's take a couple out of pumping. And we've at least got an hauler. This is where I wonder whether it would be better to have like one less builder and more haulers, for example, so that the resources were closer on hand. But, you know, we've got 0.9 of a day, so we're not going to achieve this at all. So that's a thing. So what we want to do is delete that. Hope it's not too long a bad tide, I guess. Yeah. We failed. Just gonna slow the time down because we do need to do a few things. With 0.2 of a day to go, let's close that up. Let's close that up. Because that should keep this clean, hopefully, for the beavers going through it. This bit should at least stay clean. Yeah. Let's close that up and pause you. Let's deal with these few. You're not set. Right. We got close. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, as the great Jesse Ventura used to say. I was a wrestling fan, so don't judge me on anything else that he's done in the past. Really cool tip actually that someone pointed out to me. If you want to bulk delete the barriers, the mark resources for demolition tool. Thank you for that tip. That is an awesome one. We got close. We got close, folks, but so not good enough. We will keep building this because how long a drought do we bad time? 9 days. Okay, I'm just going to think we have 27 beavers. So we should be good for water. Let me just grab the calculator quickly. Hopefully you can't hear my dog snoring again. I'll explain that to you in a moment. Let's call it 28 times 2.2 times 9. Oh yeah, we're plenty good for water. So yeah. So if you wonder why you can maybe hear my dog snoring in the background, you maybe can't. I record a lot of my videos downstairs in my lounge, living room, sat in the armchair because I have a wife who's very ill. She's upstairs in bed. So, yeah. Right. These can probably be paused, or at least 2 of them can. Yeah. Right. Hopefully. Where's our stranded beaver? Well, that was dumb of you, wasn't it? Okay. We could rescue you, couldn't we? With a couple of... And actually, that would give them access to the farming over there as well before it dies. So let's do that. Because we're not in quite so much of a rush now. Right. Let's slow down a little. So we need to do staircase, staircase, paths, paths, staircase. We will rip you out as well. So let's the priority button on all of those. Then we need to do staircase, path, path, and then they can get to it. Right. So we've got our 1 contaminated beaver. Yeah. So we've got some Greenland here, which would be maybe good for something. I think someone did actually suggest this, and we should look at doing it soon to at least probably floodgate across some of these islands to protect the area from bad water. But first we will we go, so that's freed that stranded beaver when he remembers. Come on. Right, so they are coming over here now. So I do still want to focus on getting this done, because the sooner we can turn this off, the better. And what that will allow us to do is keep everything from around here to, if we dam across here, basically all of this clean until we can close this off, which I think will be one of our next projects. So, yep. So that's nearly in. Not getting any more ill beavers, which is good. We're obviously losing crops due to the bad, and that if we could block this off here and here and here, and here this would help protect this from the bad water coming around this way. So yeah, that is a sensible idea. I think we'll work on that actually today once we've got this in. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully. Because obviously this has got quite a lot of capacity for dealing with excess water flow. So we are very close to being there. So that's fine. Now they are not around there, and that's dead. We'll delete those. Won't worry about picking that up later. Oh, it was an Amazon delivery mid-session. Oh, right. Where did it go? Ah, awesome. So, just need to get that built. If this was going to be a long-term thing, I would get them to put in the resources there, but I don't think we'll bother. And we have got a couple of spare beavers, so let's put you back in there. You can all be paused. We'll get those going again. You might as well be paused. We might as well have a gear workshop running. You might as well be unpaused. Let's connect up this. There we go. So we are going to need more stairs to get to the metal. And yes, this is the metal that I added to the map to allow us earlier access to metal in the game, so we can do update 7 stuff the same as I added this underground ruins. Some of you didn't like that, so, but I think it was useful to allow us earlier access to update 7 stuff, which is kind of the point of this series. Some of you might not be watching anymore, so oh well. Anyway, sorry, answering the door flustered me, and has unsettled the dogs as well, so yeah. But I think as soon as we get this shut off, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm a little bit tempted to delete these temporarily, or one of them, to let the water flow out, although there is a sort of supply from back there, so it might not be worth it. But anywho, 7 more logs, and we'll see if this works. Those of you that are frantically typing away that it's not going to work, let's be patient, and we'll find out in a moment. I'm going to leave it down for when it finishes so that the beavers can retreat, and then we'll close it remotely. So, who's our last heroic beaver? And then we'll delete all of this stuff and recover all the resources. Well, some of the resources. Assuming that it works. It'll be useful to have access up here in the future, but we'll do it properly in the future. So, and we might as well actually, let's go down to a more sensible working hours as well. Was that in? Awesome. Right, let's give it a try, shall we? How high do we need to go to get it to stop? Let's go all the way up to 2, shall we? There we go. We just need to get it to finish. That is just enough. Just enough. But that's all we need. So let's... And I could leave these, I guess, because they're not cheesy. And actually, let's do that. Let's just delete the cheesy piles, and what we'll do is we'll delete all of that, and then we'll get them to come and collect all of that. And that says to me that what we should do next is come across here. We'll do this properly. Yeah, I know. And then let's come up here. I know it's a bit late now. Let's not connect to the slope. Now, it probably makes sense actually to do it at a narrow point. But I'm going to do it with floodgates so that we can reopen it. But also I want to use platform. So that should allow them to build both of those. Yep, and then we'll do also a floodgate there. Really hope they don't go down there to try and build that. I guess we'll see. I've got a nice full supply of planks now. Right, you might as well be paused. Most of those trees are dying, so it would probably be sensible now to think about putting in this irrigation point. And what we'll do, I think, is alongs 85%. 4 days to go. I'm just going to rip it out. Yep. Alright, those stairs are in, so let's start. We've not got enough science to start getting metal, okay. Instead, we will continue clearing out birch trees. Just because they are an easy source of wood. There we go. Get those being cut down. We need more plank storage. Well, I didn't expect that to be a thing. Just build another small one, I think. And that means probably we can pause you, and we've got 3 spare beavers now, which we will throw into hauling. We'll go back to 18-hour working days. Yep. Now what I want to do as well is put the pumps in where I wanted them, which was out here in this slightly deeper bit, so that if we get a drought, we're not struggling so much. Wonder if I open that, if it will drain. I don't think it will. What are our builders working on? Quite like them to be building the things I asked them to, but you know, we'll do the same thing. We'll take, actually we could be sensible, couldn't we? We could take down all of that now. and they can clear that at their leisure. And then once this opens up, we'll be okay. We don't need that anymore. Let's continue. So it is the next real life day. I worked out where the beavers are working. They are overbuilding our irrigation thing, which will be really good actually to get done. Probably would be sensible to get a forester over here as well, because this will give us some continued tree growth. I'm actually going to, just for my benefit, let's not do that. I want to put a path around where the contamination spreads to, so that I don't put any slow growing trees there like that. Let's at least make it a continuous path, shall we? I mean, that one seems to be hanging on, so yeah. Maybe that block's okay. But essentially, I think that means we can probably plant most of this area with oak trees, which would be really cool. Would be really cool. Kind of want to discourage them from going inside, so I'm going to put that as a high priority one. And I'm going to pause building those two. I'm also going to come over here and pause building this guy. I don't think they'll get to it while the bad tide's going on, but yeah. The other thing that I wanted to mention now that we are back playing is some of you are probably wondering why I went up this way rather than coming up from here, because a bunch of you love to judge why I make the choices that I make. And I was wondering, would this have been quicker anyway? You can't put paths on the blockages, which means we would have had to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 8 levees. That is 8 12s. Anyone? 96 logs, plus all of the stairage to get up here, and plus we're a long way from the center of the village, town, whatever and stuff. So I felt this was quicker. It was a bit more construction, but I felt it was the better option. You might think otherwise. A bunch of you probably do, because you like to do that, but yeah, I thought that was the better option. So anywho, let us continue. I'm going to speed up time a little bit. We still need yet more plank storage, or we just pause some of the plank production for now. That works, doesn't it? We do really need to get more storage going on. Yeah, and this, we will be able to farm in here. I mean, it's kind of a weird shape to farm until we can deal with this growth. But yeah, this map is all kind of all kinds of weird shapes, but that's okay. We don't have the science yet to put the metal thingy in, but probably we should maybe think about putting in another science hut. Yeah. Let's do that, shall we? Where should we build it? Let's put it there. Yes, it's a random spot to put it. That's okay. Let's put in the missing potato plants. There we go. So food is staying okay. Water is going down, but we have plenty of it. I do love that the good statistics mod is updated. I really like that mod. the ladders mod is available for update 7. I am not installing it yet because the experimental branch gets updated so often. My fear is that it will get updated and the mod will break and we'll be dependent on ladders and we won't be able to use them. So yes, I have seen that it is available. I am intentionally choosing not to use it yet. The few mods that I am using are mods that if we lose access to them, won't matter. That's intentional. I've been burnt so many times playing on experimental, getting into mods super fast, and then having to really struggle with a save because the mods don't get updated when the experimental branch updates, and I'm just not doing that this time. I'm just not doing that. Do we need... I really wish we had an intermediate storage size. So that we could put in some intermediate storage for gears, but we don't, so we're going to do 2 small storages. Again, as I said, I don't want to get into mods that we're going to be dependent on that maybe don't get updated when we need them, so we're going to do that. We should probably also unpause that. It would make sense if we're going to hydrate this area to remove this, or move it at least, rather than remove it. We've got a spot there for a few more potatoes. Yes, I'm going heavy on the potatoes at the moment. So I'm also going to give those a bit of a prioritization because they've probably come over here to start building some of this stuff. So we've got our extra science going. Let's take a beaver out of the haulers to make sure that we've got science running. Almost at the end of the bad tide, which is great. So my hope, intent, I know it's not optimal again for, you know, like maximum tree growthage. These are all mostly grown. I would like to have a path through here, so that we can get access down here. Again, having ladders would be really nice, but I don't want to risk having mods installed that we lose because we're going to try and get the dam across here. Because, well, no, actually, this won't stay clean until we can deal with this. But eventually it will. But then we've got path through here because I think we should be looking to dam. There goes the bad tide ending. So this should clean up really quickly, which means we can get water pumping really quickly. So pause. Let's come up here. Let's keep an eye on this. So this is a water source. There's a water source here straight away. So do we risk? I think we do because we've got this closed. I think we open this a little bit. Yes, it's going to be brackish, but it's clean, relatively clean. Yeah, I think we just go for it. We close that because we've got to push this water through. So, yep. We've got water pumping there. That's good. That's good. Let's pause you for now. But that will start to clear this toxic mess out. This is now clean. Yep. That's good. You need to be set to water and obtain. You can probably be paused because this is quite quickly going to be flowing clean. I think this might take a little while to clear, but yep, awesome. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I mean, probably, I really liked the suggestion about trying to improve how the water flushes past the village. I'm not entirely sure how we achieve that yet. I'm going to prioritize building that water pump as well. Yep. We've got 185 logs, so probably pause those. That gives us an bear beaver. And I think got planks and gears. I want to start expanding the water storage. So possibly not an ideal location, but we're going to throw in a medium water tank up there. Oh, we put those platforms in, didn't we? I think with the intent of building housing. So that can be opened. We've got 4 water pumps going at the moment. How many haulers have we got? So I think what we should do is have the water pumps prioritized by haulers to try and have those be being efficient. You can probably be paused. That gives us a spare beaver. So let's get another water pump going. We've got our 300 science. So let's get the scrap metal going. You can be paused. You can be paused because you're just clearing out dead trees or dying trees. Yep, that's good. I really want to get a lot of water pumped if we can. Yep. Happy with that. We probably need a plank guy going. We'll go down to 2 haulers. Yep. Might need 2 plank guys going. Although probably they've just come and thrown all of the planks in there. Yeah. Most of the planks and gears have gone in. Which is fine. Which is fine. Let's also delete those. We'll put a couple of platforms in and we will put another one of those in. And let's medium prioritize that. So water is going up. It's going to take a while to fill that up. So, yeah. The house there, did I not build? I did not build with the scrap metal flag. I did not. It was 250 to unlock that. Why did I think it was 300? I don't know. That's okay. This is looking good. I'm building that. We need more beaver. We need more beaver. So building more houses is sensible, but they are also empty. So I think we're going to go big now on water storage. And by big, I mean medium. Yep. Let's throw another beaver in there. Because we're resource limited, we'll drop the number of builders down. We Actually, do we need to worry about opening that? I mean, we can. But it's not really essential. We can open that up. So let that all equalize. Yep. Yep. So we've got some scrap metal coming in now, which is cool. The water is going up nice and fast, which is cool. So I want to put in some, and they're not going to be perfect, but I do want to put in some little gravity battery storages, probably somewhere here, just to give a little bit of resilience to the wind. And we could maybe build a couple of water wheels down here, but the temperate seasons are so short that it doesn't feel worth it. We do probably want to put in a forester, but I might save that for the next to drought or bad tide. We'll just focus on cutting down the oak trees that are here. We want to put in our dams across. I don't know if I did that, and then that, and I could just use a platform. We won't use all cheese like that. And then I do love knowing this. Get rid of those. But I am going to make that a lowish priority task job. Yep. Oh, you need to be set to be water. So that's going up nice and fast. We are a couple of beavers short, but that's okay. I'm going to deprioritize that as well. Yep. That's paused. Am I worried about replanting those trees at the moment? Not really. Because if we get another bad tide, they're going to die, aren't they? There's plenty of trees that we've got access to cut down at the moment. So, kind of my thought. I am wondering if maybe either side of that we put can I get around there? I can if I build. Did I put that the wrong way around? I did. Just so that I know it's not ideal. But see, this frustrates me. The wind's blowing when the beavers are asleep. Yeah, that frustrates me a lot. Actually, the alternative is let's not do that yet. Let's not do that yet. We've still got 400 space for 400 water, so let's just see if they get those built or not, shall we? Yeah, let's go up to triple speed. So that we can try and get those built. The scrap metal's coming in. So the next thing we want to be looking at is the smelter. And the first thing that I'm going to focus on once we've got the smelter, dealing with this little guy. Because that will make a huge difference, and then we'll go zip lines. But we want to deal with that guy. Got 1,000 water stored. That's pretty nice. Yeah. And we can actually, although this is, I mean, this is a huge area. Actually, what we should be doing is, because we can make it even huger. Pause. We have a drought approaching. I can't make that any deeper. But what we should be doing, actually, if it's drought approaching, I'm going to high prioritize building this, because this will hold water all the way around here. And that seems incredibly sensible. So, and with the drought approaching, we can. We'll replant those afterwards, actually. Yeah. So I did assign that highest priority. That's logs, and we're going to need 8 planks. So that shouldn't be too bad. It shouldn't be too bad. We will be able to pump water still, because we've got this area and we've got these. So I'm not too worried about surviving, even if it's a longer drought. Yep. I'm really pleased it's a drought, actually. It should let us make some progress, actually. Should let us make some progress. Okay, we need to enable their access to said area. So we'll make a bit of a messy path. 2.5 days. Let's help them out by maximizing our builder beavers to 4. And let's get another lumberjack in there. Those are set to be cut, because then they can hopefully just take logs from these few oak trees. We will get access to this area now. Obviously, during a bad tide, this is not going to be good. But yeah, we are opening up our access to other things, which is cool. So yeah, if they can build this in 2 days, that would be great. If they can't, it doesn't matter. This is going to have water in it still. Up here is going to have water in it still, because this is dammed off. So yep. If we close this is going to have water in it still. So yeah, we're in a good place. We're in a good place. But if they do get this built, even awesomer. So it's quite a lot of logs for them to bring in, but yeah, and then we can sort out getting this turned into a forest. I think we'll be in a good place actually to look at starting to expand. I really do. I really do. Yeah. Now the question is, and this is the classic question that I asked last time. The question for the ages of Timberborn. And I think with our power situation, we know the answer to this. I think we know the answer to this. Do we process the scrap metal over by there? Bearing in mind, actually, that's quite a good supply of scrap metal. So maybe we do. Maybe we build our first smelter over by the scrap metal. So once that's done, you've, well, no, you're not full, but you don't have any more logs to chop yet. So they're taking logs from there, which is not that far a journey actually. So that's okay. Let's get one of you working. You can go to work. We are going to need to be replanting trees very soon. Oh, you've come up, so let's get you back to work. 1.2 days to build 3 dams. I'm not going to go 24-hour workday just yet. We will hold out on that until we really need to. That can be deleted. And that can be deleted. So what I might do is plant like birch trees along the back here. Something quick growing that we can cycle through. I'm actually going to, I'm going to put them in now. I know we don't have anything to plant them yet, but it means I don't forget. It means I don't forget. Yeah. Build, beavers, build. I know a builder's hut would help. I know having the logs closer would help, but it's not that far. To try and retain any water we can, I'm going to push to a 24-hour workday just to see if they can finish this. I don't know if they will. I'm not too worried if they don't. But there is quite a long flow of water through there, so it might help. It might be beneficial, and it'll be done either way. So yeah, we've got full water stores, which is great. Before I forget, in the excitement, we're going to close that up. Going to leave that on. That means we're going to pause those so we don't pump that dry. So we've got 4 more logs to put in that one, and then we've got to do that. I think we should get this done. There we go. Yep, 1 more to go. 1 more to go. You're not sleeping, beavers, so you know, get to work. Get to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. If you can name the YouTuber I am quoting, the particular one I am quoting, then you get an internet cookie. Come on, let's get this done, and then I'll let you sleep. 0.1 of a day. I'm going to whiz over here. Close. Actually, we don't need to close that because of the height difference, so that'll be fine. 4 more logs. Come on. Just need 2 of you to bring logs over. Let's just do a quick check of the colony. So those are closed. We've got some spare beavers, but our water supply is full. So let's unpause that and those, and maybe throw in another hauler. I know we've got the farmhouse that's not being used yet, but we'll get to that. I don't really think there's any point in closing that, but we will. That's only for bad tide protection, so that's okay. That's dams, so that doesn't matter. That's dams, so that doesn't matter. So let's get this closed, folks. Let's get this closed. We are a 12-day drought, which is fine. I'm going to ease up on the pumping out of there just so we can extend that out. But it doesn't matter if we pump that dry. They are done. So let's go back down to our 18-hour working day. Let's put some water in there. let's think about where do we want to move that to. And berries are kind of emergency food, so until we need antidote. So bear with me on this one. I think we put it out on the island. I think we put it out there. Do we need to prioritize it? Not really. I think we delete that. They will eventually get picked up. If I put that there, we can plant most of that area. And I think we then go oak trees, making sure that we don't overplant the few birch trees that I've set. Making sure that we don't plant them inside the irrigation thing, because we've all done that before, haven't we? No, just me that's the giant noob that gets everything wrong. Yep, okay. I can't plant there because of the wind thingies. Awesome. Actually, I'm going to not plant that one, so we can have a path. Cool. So let's actually prioritize that so they get that done as well. And that'll give us a pretty solid wood supply. I think set you to be water as well. We'll get one of you going, pumping. And I think we're going to call it a day there, folks, at the start of the 12-day drought. Yeah. We've got a bunch of building projects to finish up, which I think we'll finish up next time. We're in not a bad position. If we can get these linked up, maybe across here as well, that's gonna, and probably we need to go across here as well. So let's put that there. Just trying to think ahead for bad tide protection, and my thought is that we want to come out as far as possible. So what we'll do is I go there, floodgate. Yeah, if we go there, and then floodgate across there, that has a solid protection across there. And then we need to block across here. And I'm using floodgates because I want the ability to open it up to have water flow, but that protects all of that area from bad water. Actually, do we move? Yeah. We can move this and we can do it more efficiently. Delete that. Delete that. We can actually come all the way out because we've got a 12-day. And yes, I probably don't need to have all floodgates, but I would rather have all floodgates to let the water flow through. All for simple triggers. Again, simple triggers because it's a script-based mod. I will be adding it when it comes because it going away isn't going to kill our gameplay. But yeah, thank you, autosave. if we have, I almost feel like putting a staircase there and doing, actually, if we could do this all from ground level, couldn't we, much more efficiently? Yeah. Let's, for now, pause you. Yeah, because I can't actually get to those anyway, can they? Pause you, and come across. We need to put back the staircase. And then we can come around the outside. Yes. Insert your favorite Eminem lyric here. So we will need, I could build that. Actually, we can just go around the outside. Yes. Eminem lyrics again. So they should be able to build all of that without things. What we're going to do is put in some small storages to help with the building. Obtain logs obtain. This is mostly so that I don't forget when we come back next time. Planks obtain. Yeah, so that's going to essentially push back the bad water from all of that. It's not so much about keeping water in there. It's just about keeping bad water back. It's giving me thoughts. It's giving me thoughts. Oh, we need dynamite so bad. Getting to bad water is so far away. We need zip lines so we can get around the map quicker. Again, we've got options for doing little bits with power, but yeah. Going to get those marked for cutting. I'm going to unmark those for cutting. I want to get these pines cleared out because we're going to set some smelting up over here to start that process. I think that's sensible. And then we can tackle this guy. We are going to want a platform there because we need to get rid of that. And then we'll work out how we're going to essentially box this off. Got some thoughts. But I'm going to end now because I am rambling massively. Welcome back to Timberborn and Update 7, and I have many things I want to accomplish in this episode. And so what I might do is get a few things set up and then jump into a bit of a time lapse so we can get those done. But there were a bunch of suggestions that we are going to have a quick run through. The first one was, and I really like this one, moving the industrial area here down to where the forest is here, because this keeps dying during a bad tide. What I think I'm going to do is wait for the next bad tide, and then when this all gets killed off, move it, because this is built already, and so it makes sense to leave it until this dies properly, and half of it's being cut. But that's just kind of my thought process at the moment. So that's number one. Yep. We're going to keep trying to expand. We've just got the scrap metal flag in. I want to get metal production up and running over here so that we can start moving towards zip lines. We need a lot more science. That means we need more beavers, which means we need to expand the population. We're in a drought, so we're actually in a pretty good position for that, because we will be able to improve our situation in terms of population, because we can pump more water, we can grow more food. We do need an area really to grow more food. And now that we have isolated this bad water, and this area should now be pretty safe from bad water, we could set up farming over here. So I think we're going to grab the resource demolition tool, get this deleted. Probably going to get these trees removed, and I think we're going to set up a farm over here. I think that we should be safe from if bad water comes through here, and maybe we will start growing. I think we might be a bit early for bread, but we'll maybe grow more potatoes over here. Try and expand our food production a bit. This area is safe as well, and we could expand farming into here as well. But I'm pondering, I've got two ideas for water storage. I'm not sure which one I want to set up. So one is to, we've got water that flows through here, to essentially levy off part of this and create a reservoir in here. The other one is to reconstruct the staircase up here, get up here, and use the suggestion that I had to create a reservoir up here. And we've got a lot of trees up here. There's a whole load of oak trees up here. We could cut them down. We could actually raise this up quite a bit and build a reservoir up here with a levee-based dam system. So as I said, there's a lot of building that I want to get done. We've got all of this to build still as well. So yeah, and this to finish building. It's all very dependent on planks. So I think, yeah. The other thing that we will do, so we can expand the population. We will come across here. We'll put in plans for a few more houses. And if we can get this built, that'll get us a lot more trees growing. These will get regrown. We'll get this built because I think this is quite important. We'll get that built. We'll get those built. And then, yeah, I think that I want to rebuild this. Have we got this? Yeah, we've got science to unlock the triple platform because I would like to do it properly this time. So that we can have it as a permanent structure. And that feels to me like it's meant to be there. The way that path kind of flows across there. And then we've got access to most of that. We could unlock the one by bridges and we could bridge across there. No, we can't because that needs a 2x. By the time we've got that built, we can probably unlock to the 2x as well. So, yep. I'm going to jump into a time lapse for a bit now, get that stuff all going, and hopefully by then they'll have got this built. We'll have got these trees cleared out. I'm also going to mark all of those for demolition, except you, because trees are useful. Yeah, those are prioritized for cutting, which is great. Right, we'll run this on for a little while and we'll be back.
through the grave.
So the drought is over, and what have we achieved? We've got most of this built. We didn't manage to clear off the drought farming that I set up. We are somewhat short of logs. We are somewhat short of beaver, to be honest. You can probably be paused, actually. You probably don't need to be in there. We can probably move you into there, which would help because we can get these guys being cut down. That would make sense. Yep. So we've been relying on clearing out these birch trees to help. We ended up with lots of water because of the water pumps we have down here. This is more in place, ready for bad tide to try and defend some of the farming down here. You can pause, which gives us a spare beaver. I'm going to put that into hauling for now to essentially try and help empty the farm out, so that they can keep clearing crops. Did have to throw, actually we can probably pause that now, throw a beaver into here because the wind was not blowing as much as we would like. Power is really a weakness of the folk tales. I think really is a weakness of those guys, until we can get some kind of, it's just actually, yeah, it's just a weakness, isn't it? Right, that's not going to be much use now, but oh well. Can we empty that, because it's got logs in it, so hopefully, yeah, they can empty it. That's good. We've just got to get planks, sorry. We've just got to get some logs in there to get that finished. And that'll be great. I do wonder if it's worth just having that nudged up a bit to hold water back there. And yeah, I don't think we're going to get all of those crops harvested. So all of the oak trees are planted. We could plant some more up here, so maybe we should do that for now. Probably not a bad idea. More trees, more gooder. I did put in, but it hasn't been built yet, a power wheel so that we could power at least the lumber mills a bit when the wind's not blowing. So yep, there you go. These will die at some point, but there's no access to the farm, so they are gone. And we'll get our regular water pumping going. I'm not sure how many water pumps we really need running, but we'll get our regular water pumps going. We'll get those can be deleted now. Actually, we can probably tidy up a bunch of stuff. So, a whole load of paths we don't need. We'll leave the path out to there just so they can clear up those resources. And if we get another drought, we will repeat this process. It's essentially free food. Alright, but we need to reopen that. You can be deleted now. And I think we will look at a few things. So we have, how much science do we need for the smelter? 300. So we are on our way to having enough science for the smelter, which is great. We will need a decent amount of power for the smelter. We need to unpause that if we're going to plant trees. We're still short of beavers. Still very short of beaver. Let's take some out of the hauling post. And I know I can use priority to manage that. I prefer to do it this way. So, thank you for your concern. It is very much appreciated. you know how things work. I like to do them the way that I like to do them. So we still have a lot of building. Wow, actually they are hammering through that now. Awesome, awesome stuff. But yeah, I want to get a farm set up over here. So that we can farm most of. Do we build it over the water? That might be sending a bad side in. Right, let's just take a moment. But yeah, I think we will build the farm. Put it there. Yeah, we can farm most of the land then. We obviously need a path to come across there. But if we might need some irrigation if it's a long bad tide, but yeah, we've got some more defense from the bad tide now, which is great. I'm going to delete this because we're not going to be able to get access to that. With a bad tide coming, I think the other thing we should prioritize is water storage. So let's get 2 more of these in. Which means we need to make some gears. So let's get that going on. They use 20 gears. Okay, we should be able to achieve that. Assuming that we have power for the entire period, we should be able to achieve that. And yet we made those highest priority, which is good. We have, if we fill the water tank now, 1800 water with, let's call it 40 beavers. I'm just going to do some quick maths. 1800 divided by 40 times 2.2 is enough for a 20-day bad tide. So actually we should be okay. I'd be surprised if we get more than 20 days. Assuming we fill our water tanks, which we probably can. We probably can. But yeah, I'm not too worried that we haven't managed to get a reservoir set up yet. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. We are, that means there is no point in planting those because they're probably going to get contaminated. Let's unpause you. But yeah, it'd be really nice. I don't seem to be making any gears yet. Because I don't think there's any building projects that are using gears at the moment. So I guess we might as well tell them to not replant any of those. Because they're going to die in the bad tide anyway. Right, you're done. You can get out of there, go home, go do something more interesting instead. They're half grown, so we've got a little while before those come in. So we will look at clearing out those birch trees. Because, you know, they're not really anything particularly useful. Oh, we have got some gears. I was just looking in the wrong place for them. Yeah, if we get these birch trees cut down. Gears be made, be good. But yeah, we won't be able to pump water during the bad tide yet. It's why if we get up here, it'll be good. We've got our 300 science, so we can look at unlocking the smelter. But for now, I want to get these water tanks built. So let's go into triple speed. Get these done, because they're going to be quite important. They're going to be quite important. Everything is so slow at the moment. Everything is so slow still. Do wonder. And especially with a bad tide coming. So I know I said I was going to move the industry. But a bit of me wonders if we shouldn't, and if we should. Come around the back here. And actually, we don't need to come all the way around there. We've got a path there. Whether we should augment the power with some water wheels. Because I'm getting slightly fed up of such inconsistent power. Is there... Yeah, I mean, there is some flow there. No. And in the fashion that we love here, we do that. We set them to be emptied so that they don't flash horrendously. And probably we only need that one. And yeah. Because it's a bad tide, so we're going to get consistent power out of it. Back to triple speed. We are not going to get those built in 0.8 of a day. So let's not worry about them being a priority anymore. And actually, we're going to switch to this being a priority, which is all logs, which we are short of. Yes, so we're going to make this a priority. We're going to put in a lumberjack flag. We're going to mark these all to be cut. And these. And, yep. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yes, I'm sure all of you are commenting down below. We want them to not to be planted. We do want them to be cut. Right, pause. We were a little bit late there. That one doesn't necessarily need to be closed now. Close you. Let's close you. Hopefully that will dilute enough that it's not a big problem. Same goes for this. But yeah, I think if we can prioritize the right things, we'll just have one gear workshop running. I think it's a 15-day bad tide, so we should be okay, especially if we can keep pumping for a little bit. This is very quickly going nasty, obviously, and as of now, we can't deal with it just yet. But what we can do is let's unlock the smelter. Let's put it there. Yes, please. Power windmill. 2. I'm going to put an array of 3 in so that if the wind is not blowing particularly strong, it gives it some amount of power. This is why I wondered about putting in actually really worried about that coming back. No, that's not efficient there. Levy there. Where can we get to easily? Yeah, levy. Need that there. I'm worried about backwash. So priority, high priority, high priority. They're higher priority than that, so I'll do a lot about that, but this is very much a temporary solution. Maybe it'll be okay. Actually, it appears to be okay. Okay, unnecessary panic there. Pause. Pause. Maybe. Maybe it's okay. I'd pause building the path. Oh well. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that. And that's definitely something that we need to be aware of. So this is doing its job. Keeping this safe, which is what we want. So our whole farm area now is functioning. The plan was to put more water pumps there. Actually, let's pause. We have 8 spare beavers, so let's get some more hauling going on. Let's get more science going on. I think we'll unpause the scrap metal connection. And I think that a good place to build science will be up here. Assuming that we don't block off the tree cutter, which we won't. Yep, that works. The farmhouse is going in, and this land is all just fine. What I think we want to do is also put in 2, 3. Was that 4 wide? It is. Okay. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know it's a lot of floodgates. And we'll put a staircase there so they can build them all. We're going to use that to make an irrigation area if we need it. Because the water might all evaporate in a long drought or bad tide. Right, so let's tell them not to plant Let's just tell them not to plant any of these trees. Yep. We will repurpose this area for something else. We will let the ones that can grow. But we now have our first oak trees coming up. We are also about to get our first water wheel, which is awesome. You can go. We don't want you there. We do need to pause. I want to get those resources back. There we go. Yeah. So if we can get these built relatively quickly, which at the moment is going to be a challenge because we need these oak trees to grow in. Okay, so that one is affected by contamination. So we will tell them not to plant that. We will plant that with a birch tree. I guess that one is growing as well. So the same, we will try planting that with a birch tree once it's dead. There we go. So something cool that I spotted today on mod.io, the ember pelts have now been updated to update 7. Bobbing About has got that sorted. I'm just finishing up my Apocalypse save that I've been playing, for fun, and I'm gonna start playing ember pelts with update 7 for fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to giving that a try. It should be very cool. So we are getting a little bit of contamination coming through there. So let's get these built. And then after the bad tide, we will, and I'm going to turn that on. After the bad tide, we'll do something better. But for now, yeah, let's get these in. Because otherwise, that's going to cause us an issue. The lack of logs to achieve that is going to cause us an issue, but look at that. Oh, I bet you're frantically typing away, aren't you? Yes. Type in those comments. And if you were frantically typing away, I've corrected it now, so you can go and correct your comment. Yeah, we don't really have... We have some trees down here. Let's cut down these few oak trees. Oh, this is my least favourite part of a play where you're desperately trying to get wood. No laughing at the back, children. To make progress. It's, yeah. It is one of my least favourite bits. This contamination is going to cause us some issues. There's a few trees there. It's not many, but it's a few, so let's grab them. Now, I saw someone, Mike, I think it was. Apologies, I don't know if you watch. He does YouTube videos and he has tested, and having areas set to be cut apparently does not affect performance of the game, but it affects the performance of my brain. So And I'm going to go around and unmark areas for cutting that do not need to be cut. So, yep. Right. So we've got 5 unemployed beavers. Let's throw more of them in there. I think we're running the farmhouse quite light as well. So let's do that. Well, let's pause those. Yeah. We'll stand by for more tree cutting down here. You can probably be paused. We've got 1,000 water left. We're just about spot on, actually. So let's pause you. Pause you for now. Yeah, this contamination's got all the way around. So kind of good that we've got this in place, protecting us. Did I not mark that one? There you go. One more tree for you to cut down, little beaver. Awesome. And then there's one lone tree there. Yeah, no, this feels very desperate, but it'll help us achieve what we're trying to achieve. So it's a good thing. And there be oak out here. No. Don't think you can reach them, no. But by doing that, you can. There we go. There's no natural slopes up to those ones, so. Yeah, if we can get... I've got one of them in. We need one more to be done. And it's not great because it's already fairly contaminated, but, you know. And then if we can get up here... And there's lots of stairs actually to get into this, but this is so much wood. You to be emptied, so you stop flashing. Same with you. Go. And then, yeah, we just need to remember to delete these afterwards. And ideally put in some sluice gates. But we need metal for that. And what we really need is our oak plantation to kick in. And it's getting close, 86%. It's very close. Very close. Our water supply is going to last 9 days now, and we've got 4 days to go, so that's great. Now we could do with a splash in here to get the farm going. There you can see this has dried out before we would have wanted it to, but it's okay because we're not farming in there yet. So yeah, we need to expand our water storage quite significantly. I think we have the capacity to pump it, just not store it. We could plant a few more oak trees around there. So we should. Yeah. Seems weird to me that we ate the few berries that I guess that's died of contamination rather than dehydration. Okay. Right. And I guess the next thing we want to do is maybe come across here and block these so that when the bad tide ends, we can direct this main water supply this way to clear this out quicker. Awesome. We have some amount of constant power now during bad times and temperate season. Something at least. It's something. It's going to help with our production, and that's why I'm not so super excited about moving that until we have explosives. Because I guess once we've got explosives and terraforming, we can bring this power line straight through the middle and then terraform over the top of it. But until that point, we could bring it all the way around. But at the moment, we are so resource limited that that doesn't seem like a great idea. I guess the alternative would be that we could put power generation in here, because this is going to be affected by, and we could move it all here. So, because there's a decent flow through here, and we would regain all of this area. So maybe I just build the 2 for now. The 1. I don't know. So much second guessing myself. So much second guessing myself. Maybe I leave this here. And when we need more, I build it there. Because there is a decent flow through there. Yeah, maybe we go for that as an option. But we really, really just need these last few percent of oak trees. And there are a lot that are on that. And that's really going to help. We're also going to tell them not to plant these. And you're basically just waiting for those very few last oak trees to grow up, aren't you? Yeah. $98, so those should be up in the morning. That should be hopefully some of the end of our woes of logs. We're waiting for planks. I wonder, power grid can sort of support it. I wonder if we've got 5 spare beavers. I'm thinking that I can press the wrong key, but also we could maybe do that. And put another plank production in. Here we go. We have trees coming. Let's get 3 lumberjacks going. All of those lovely trees. I've got 700 science now. I'm thinking we should vision for more of that. Science. Let's make these very low priority workplaces. That's the bad side. Survived with 400 water left. So up here, we will wait a few moments. This should come clean pretty quick. So that's the nice thing about having 4 water pumps up here. We want to open that up. I'm going to open that and take the risk, because it's its own water source, of letting kind of brackish water through. And kind of probably what we want is to be able to block these up as well. But, you know, needs must and all that. Yeah, that's open. Let's not forget to delete these. Yeah, that's starting to flow relatively clean. I'm going to delete these and just leave that one there. Look at all those oak trees and all those logs flowing in. Right there, going. So we can now open up you and that one and that one. No, let's leave that one up a little bit. That was a bad idea. That was a very bad idea. Dump fresh water, beavers. Let's let fresh water in there, and yeah, we'll have that be a bit of height. That was a bad idea. Okay, but then hopefully we can start pumping that. Suddenly we are short of beavers, but we can manage that by doing that. I also want those pumping. Basically, it is all hands on deck for pumping. Planks are going up. Water tanks are being built. And I think what we're going to do is do another 2 as well. And that is 10 water pumps are pumping. Which is great. We can now do our double length bridge across here. I'm going to put back the staircase there. Because I do think we want to be able to block these off at some point. I don't actually think that we need to build these now. If we can, we want to get out here. And I guess floodgate. That. And if we put a levee across there or there, it's the same. So we'll levee there. Floodgate that. Just so we can kind of control where the water goes. Water's going up, but we've got a heck of a lot more storage now. Our grid is looking pretty good. This is waiting on plank still. So food supply is looking pretty good. Carrots are full, potatoes are nearly full. We have a drought coming in, which is fine. We have no storage for grilled potatoes. Let's remedy that. No. At the very least, let's put in a small storage for grilled potatoes. We are 8 beavers short at the moment, which are coming from the 4 scientists and the haulers, which is fine. The log supply is looking good. Water supply is going up and we have a drought coming, which means we're fine. The farm is being built, which is awesome. We want to put a path there and a platform there with a water dump there. Once we get up here, we can next time, I think it'll probably be next time, start looking at creating, I want to essentially kind of rough it out now, make use of the natural terrain to start to box this off. And maybe something like this. To get the idea. And then, because we'll have metal, let's maybe use a sluice gate to let it through here and drop into here to keep this hydrated. Oh, the farm is in, so let's go. I'm going to plant a few sunflowers because they're kind of easy well-being. The carrot and potato supply is looking okay, but if we're going to grow the population, we'll plant a few more of each. And maybe we start the process of planting wheat. I think. I know we can plant it a slightly bigger area. Maybe we just throw in some more sunflowers as well. I'm worried that this area is going to get contaminated. It won't in a drought, but yeah. This just takes so long to clear out. I mean, partly because it's being fed by bad water, but once this dries, we'll be able to come across and get this project built, which will be cool. These have quite a while to go, so I'm going to pause that. I've got 11 vacancies at the moment, which is not great. So let's try and manage that a little bit. I'm going to reduce the number of farmers slightly, so we clearly need to increase housing next time. Given it's a drought coming, we can probably ease up on the water pumping a bit. How's the power grid? Yeah, the power grid is much better. Much better. It will obviously take a hit during the drought. We're still waiting for planks to come over to there. That's fine. It would be really nice to get this done as an end to this video. Let's prioritize it, shall we? Our well-being is just awful, isn't it? Just awful. We've got a decent amount of science, so let's try and do something about that, shall we? Actually, decoration, roof, yes, yes. Let's give them roofs. Shrubs are another easy one, aren't they? I know JC just did something very similar to this in his Update 7 series. But a well-being boost is always a really good idea, so yep. There we go. What else have we got that's cheap and easy? Beaver statue is probably a bit extreme. Shrub, lantern. I know this is a bit cheesy, but needs must. Lantern. Scarecrow. The Scarecrow provides a boost. That's paper. No, we can't do that. Beaver statue is quite a lot of science, and then well-being. The contemplation spot is actually quite easy. And we've got a good spot for that. Let's do this. Contemplation spot. Yes, please. 1, 2, 3, 4 contemplation spots. Why not? Why not indeed? And I'm going to... This is all easy resources. Let's see if we can get that done as well. End on a bit of a high note on our well-being. We need to do these as well. So, decoration. Rub. Not quite getting that, is it? Lantern we could put there. Can we reach that? I don't think we can. I'm going to put one there. Actually, I don't need to put that on a platform, do I? No, you don't. There we go. The drought has started. It's a 17-day drought. That's okay. So what we want to do is close that up. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. These don't really matter. But we will. Just to retain some amount of water. That's a little bit contaminated, so I'm going to put the water dump on. Oh, we need to dump some water in there. We'll keep you pumping. We will stop you pumping. Yep. Ah, that's built. Doesn't have any power yet. Which is more logs and planks. Oh well. It's at least in. And if we can get this well-being stuff boosted as well, that's going to be awesome. Yeah. What's the first monument cost? It's 1,000 science. We're a way off of that yet. Anyway. Thanks for watching, folks. We are hopefully set up for next time starting to zip line. So where should we zip line? Where should our first set of zip lining be? I wonder if we should look at having something which speeds us up getting up here, but I don't know. Interested in your thoughts. Maybe over to the industrial area. Again, interested in your thoughts. So stick the comments down below. Welcome back to Timberborn and our update 7 Let's Play. We now have almost access to metal. We just need to get the power sorted. So let's make sure that that's prioritized, shall we? Oh, there's a power connection. None of you told me about that. Wow. Bloody hell. Amazed by that. Anyway, yeah, I want to get the metal going. We're going to try and get to zip lines today. There are a few things that I think we can do as well, though. we can probably still, because we're in a drought and the droughts are getting longer, I'm curious to see how much, once this dries out, this irrigates down here. We might be able to take advantage of that. I am also thinking that we are going to start trying to expand more rapidly. We're in a position where I think we can probably... I mean, this is a huge... What shape is that? Oh, what I haven't done. Told you I would forget. Skyfog off. I'm actually going to put the camera on. Is that some sort of shape? Answers on a postcard. But the deeper area in here is actually somewhat closed. Let's turn developer mode off before you all accuse me of cheating in some way. But yeah, this is a massive reservoir that we essentially have access to. So I think we can think about expanding the population at a reasonable rate. And I've done some testing in the background because I wasn't certain. So we've got a bit of an area down here that is irrigated that we can plant some more trees in. So we're going to do that. We do need to get some gravity batteries hooked up at some point as well. And we do need some gravity batteries over here as well. Probably what we'll do is bring a power connection out over here and hang them into the channel. And it seems sensible. Well, as sensible as I can be, because, you know, I have no clue what I'm doing. And yes, I know I could irrigate this whole area if I turned this on. I don't want to do that. I want to try and limit it to what's irrigated by this. Another thought that I've had is that we can probably expand our farming area if we bring some platforms back this way. Now, we've got a lot of building to do still. It's an awful lot of building to do still. But we'll get there. And that's why I'm kind of keen to be looking to expand as well. Oh, we need to put back the staircase here. I wish there was a really reliable way of disconnecting stuff like this. Deleting paths for me does not do that. I just do not find that reliable at all. Yeah. Not personally, I don't find that a reliable way of doing it. You might, I don't. So this can go away now because there are no more trees there. I'm actually thinking that it might be worth us. No, let's get rid of that one. Yeah, if we could get this built, that would be good. So probably what we should do is grab our... Put that back to being high priority. Grab our prioritization tool and do that so that we can actually make those high priority. So then we could get a couple of those in water pumping, and actually our food supply is looking pretty solid. We could maybe come in here and plant some more, but I'm not sure we need to. I'm not sure we need the drought farm this time. So you can be paused, but we have got 4 spare beavers. We could eat those up with water pumping. We'll see how we look in a moment. We could maybe even water wood stocks are nearly full. So, yeah. That's looking pretty good. So we've got a lot of building to do. You might hear my dog in the background. He's getting a little bit restless. Let's fill those missing bits of crop in. And I think we will fill them in with potatoes. There we go. We could do with growing a few more sunflowers. We probably could do with ripping out those couple of random blueberry bushes. There we go. So, yeah. So we've just got a lot of building to get done. A lot of building. I can plant some more up here. So let's just plant some more sunflowers in this bit, because this seems to be staying. Whether it will stay hydrated once this dries out, I'm not sure. We've got power here, so let's throw a beaver in here. We need to be thinking about an observatory. That needs pine resin. Right, let's grow some. I'm thinking we do birch trees down here again. Another carrot storage, I think, might be in order. Yeah, we kind of need to catch up on building lots of things. I think we will leave that farm paused for now. We've got all this building to do over here as well, which is probably way off yet. I think I want to concentrate on... Well, we need to get some metal storage in. I'm going to put in a large pile for that. We've got quite a lot of scrap metal, so I'm going to pause that. I'm going to high prioritize that. I'd forgotten we've got the new smelters, haven't we? So every 2 hours we get metal now. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, we got the new super efficient smelters in update 7. We definitely want metal storage. I put some wheat in, didn't I? So we also need to think about how we process the wheat, which means we need the grist mill. Yeah. I'm trying to think about where we want to set up an industrial area. I'm also trying to think about... We need to deal with this sooner rather than later. I'm going to get down here. Again, more building. Get rid of that. Probably actually we also want to get down here. And let's just get rid of those so we've got space to work. But I feel like we need to catch up on all the building. And probably, do we throw some gravity batteries in? They would probably help a lot, but with where we're going to put them, they're not going to provide that much power. We're working around the back here, so I guess what we could do is keep building windmills, because then if we've got some amount of wind blowing, I wonder if we create some sort of construction, I'm not going to say the other word, out over here so we get a little bit of height benefit. Yeah, I wonder if that's what we go for. Let's stick it on ×3. I'm actually half tempted. Yeah, it's not. So much building to do. So those are almost in, which is great. We need storage for so many things as well. We need storage for all of the things. Now, if we get this sorted, although we've pumped this dry so quick that it really doesn't matter, does it? Let's throw another one in there. So if we get those done... Dead. I don't want to... Click on the correct button helps. Yeah, so I did some testing separately, looking at putting houses in pure bad water, and the beavers were absolutely fine. So I had houses. I had these guys in a thing that basically sitting like this, but with a bad water source spewing 100% bad water at them, and they were absolutely fine. So I'm not worried about putting them essentially along the bank here and having them be in bad water when a bad tide comes. Which means we can expand the housing really easily. So we'll finish, I think we need to finish all this building that we've got because there's so much of it. Right, this is all in. So what we can do, we really need to finish this. So let's hit that with prioritization. Close those up. Otherwise all this stuff's going to die. Yeah, a bunch of this is going to die. Oh well. Potatoes will be okay. The sunflowers will be okay. Carrots will probably be okay. Not too worried about the wheat yet because we're not really doing anything with it. So, yeah. Let's get those in. And then we'll see how big an area this actually irrigates, which would be a useful thing to know. Actually, what I should do, instead of doing that, that's a lot of wood. What we can do instead is do that, that. And this path doesn't need to be here once this is all built. There we go. Come on. Prioritize you by haulers as well. You're going to do a late night to get this water in here to protect these crops. There we go. Come on. And some of it survived. Some of it died. Oh well. Back to... We'll go to... Let's stay on 18-hour days. I'm never sure what the optimal is, but that's what we're going to do. So you are going to be water set to obtain and prioritized by haulers. So that's that done. We'll let you fill that up and that'll be good. Get that done. Yes, I know that's not optimal. I don't care. Get that water tank built. And then get some more of this stuff built. Still got the bridge to build to get across there. Let's... No, I'm not going to hit it with more speed. Short 4, so I guess we're not doing science at the moment. That's fine. We've got loads of potatoes. We've got grilled potatoes. We've got carrots. We've got sunflowers. I'm Really got a dilemma about where to focus our industry. Unless we focus it around where we've done the myth. And I think probably we should look at putting a staircase there as well. Because looks like we might be able to make some of this farmable. And you got 2 days left of the drought. Jeez, that went by. Let's deal with those. We're ending the drought with 2.2 thousand water. Are we working over here now? We are, okay. I think we might do a bit of prioritization to change that around. So our irrigation is not coming out far enough to do those sunflowers, which is fine. So let's then get these staircases built. I think. So that's full. We've got 1.4 days, so we can probably pause that. Let's come over here and give that a dump of water. Yep. Too far from a district. We need a bit of path so they can get to that jobby. There we go. And then I think what we do is let's work this out, shall we? So levy, sluice gate. Yes, we're going to manually control this. Levy, levy, levy. Overhang. Yes. This is obviously going to impact water flow through the area, but it's also going to control the ability of bad water to get out of this box. And we are going to high prioritize all of that. Now we could make that a... Don't know if this will work. Okay. Now this is stage 1. This is phase 1. This is purely to eliminate the ability of bad water to come out of this thing, which is what I want to do first. Okay. Longer term, we will look at the ability to pump that bad water to somewhere useful. But for right now, I just want to... the other thing that I've done, I've added the smart power mod. Now, it's not so useful at the moment, but we've got it at least. What I probably should have done is made that or that just so we can actually get these built. so we can keep, oh, let's just pause a sec, keep expanding our farming. So drought over, what do we need to do with the drought ending? We will want to, that's open, so, oh, that's been built, awesome. Right, once water comes back and makes it to, so let's open that up. Ready. Short 6 beavers, wow. So your water. So once water gets to down here, we're going to need to open these up. So now, yeah, if we delete this path up here. Yep. And they can plant all of that. So what do we want to plant? I think maybe more sunflowers still. Well, that's crops drying out down the bottom, but they should get hydrated very soon. Guess we could dump some water if we really needed to. There a water source back here? There is. I wonder what strength it is. It is 3. That's not bad. Okay. We have water flowing. Excellent. So let's now open these up. So we don't have flooding issues. Let's make this now the highest priority thing. We can now delete the rest of that path to there. And I'm going to plant a few more sunflowers. I know they're not the most efficient crop, but it gives our beavers variety in their food. So I'm not yet sure how we're going to get aquatic farming nailed, to be honest. But, you know, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. We should open up this guy. We can pause you again. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, we probably want to block some of these off as well, long term, but well, we're already on a drought approaching. Jeez. How did that go past so quick? I mean, it's a drought, which is great. And we can also plant all of this area, so I guess we just plant a mixture of, how far out did that extend to there? Okay. 8, 1. So to the edge of that. To the edge of there. Okay. Let's do something like that. And something like that. Yep, I'll do. we do need more storage, but they just haven't got around to building it yet because we still have loads of stuff to build. Oh, let's pause those. We don't need to cancel our I need to delete this because it's a drought coming, so that's good. Let's build more houses. So. We're going to platform across there. Oh, there. Housing. Have we got science? We've just about got science to unlock the triple lodge. Yes, please. Not enough science. Oh no, we've got 79. I was looking at this number. We need to wait for science to build up, which won't because we're short of beavers. So I think in that case, housing is until we get more beavers, we can't unlock the zip lines. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 more beds. Let's do that. Yes, I know it's going to give us a whole load of kits. It's fine. We need more beaver power. Awesome, this is built. So now if we go close, that seals that up. And inside, it'll be full of water. And then we can open it. And the idea is it'll just stop bad water. There'll be a bit of contamination and stuff. That's fine. When we reopen it, it's absolutely fine. Don't care. Yep, don't care. Right. Let's build you because we have carrots stuck in the ground. We have potatoes stuck in the ground. So let's drought start. Pause. 19-day drought. Oh no. How will we cope? First thing we want to do is open that. Close that. Let's close that. We'll leave that one open for now. Awesome. Yes, I know our power grid is still not sufficient. It's fine. Let's actually prioritize that as well. Yeah. Guess we don't need that then. We so desperately need beaver. Let's pause you. Our plank storage is actually full. Our gear storage is quite full, so I'm going to pause both of those. Free up some beavers. Apart from, so this is going to dry out. Apart from that, this now shouldn't get contaminated. Shouldn't. This stuff might dry out. You know. I was going to put more storage in, wasn't I? Yeah, you were. I was going to do that, and then storage there, and we were going to make you be potatoes, and I'm not sure what that one's going to be. got some of our well-being stuff made. Nice. Only some of it. So badly need science. Means we need beavers. You can be pumping still. You can be pumping still. Yeah, it would be really nice if... Now what I want to try and achieve is essentially to get... I want to get so that we get over here. And we've got, say, 3 gravity batteries up there. With windmills working their way towards it. I'll pause that so we can get these built. So, what would that look like? Let me go there. No. There. Do I go there or do I go there? Let's go there because then we don't have to build something to put it in. If I put it there, it's not going to let me connect it, is it? So, power. Can I go there? No, I could go there if I moved path. Right, let's put you in. So I've got a decent number of planks, so that's okay. Probably beneficial to build more of these thingies. Yeah, technical term. Campfires. This is not permanent, by the way, before you will panic that I'm using it. Some kind of prime, whatever, real estate. But campfires help kits grow up, so yeah. And we need more beavers, so that's what we're going to do. We should rip those out because we can plant some trees there. I'm kind of debating. Rather than building this monstrosity, which I'm actually going to delete before they invest anything in it. We can zip line. And we have this really, really high thingy. Do we move industry up to this area? We've not got that much space, but we can make space. We get water flow during temperate. We can put windmills up here, and we've got lots of height drop for gravity batteries. We can literally drop gravity batteries in the back here. I think that might be a sensible idea. We still need a lot of science, though. So let's pause you, unpause those. Let's just have 2 water pumps running for now. Actually, we've got 4 water pumps running anyway, so let's pause those to eke that water out a bit because we've got this giant area of water. Let's close that up. That's okay. Yeah, we need a boom of population. We have 12 kits. That is going to give us a boom in population. And then to deal with our endless shortage of science. Excuse me, that was my mobile phone, which is usually on silent and wasn't. Science. Let's put in another 4 of those. Make them low priority workplaces. I know that means that they are less likely to actually do science, but you know, it's kind of how it works. But yeah, we need a lot more science and a lot more beavers. We're almost out of scrap metal, but we've got 80 metal stockpiled. So I think let's switch you over. Again, it's probably not how that works, but you know, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Yeah, we have full storages for lots of our... We have full carrot storage again. Okay. I think we might dedicate this plateau to storage, and I can't really afford to unlock the large storages yet. So I have not added the ladders mod. And I kind of spoke about why I've not added that previously, but I'll speak about it again. I have a few mods installed, but they are only script mods. So they are mods that if the game updates and breaks them, it's not going to affect the game if I have to remove them. And I've done that because a number of times when I've been playing on the experimental branch, the experimental branch has been updated and compatibility with mods has been screwed up. And it means that you can't play with the mods that you're using, and that means you can't load your save. So yeah, that's been my experience on a number of occasions, and I didn't want to have that happen this time. So that's why we've done that. I could rotate this round and keep this bit, but it's not wide enough at the moment. Until we get terraforming, I don't think that's an issue. But yeah, I do think that moving up here with our industry would be a good idea. So we'll have our little reservoir here. We can get some hydropower through here. And we'll just find a way of cobbling in the things that we want to build. Maybe with some platforms so that it hangs out. I don't know, but... we can zip wire our way up to it. Let's go back up to triple speed. We need more lumberjacks as well. We need more lumberjacks. Water supply is basically full. Yeah, essentially we need. We look at our kits. They are, a bunch of them are approaching adulthood. So, yeah, we should be okay soon. We should be okay soon. Yeah. I mean, I think with the zip wires, we could probably even move the smelting up here. And maybe just use a lot of wind power. Yeah. Yep. As I know this is not efficient, but we don't have the science to unlock anything better, so yeah, we just get a bunch more bodies. Oh, let's close this up because we're wasting water. Close that up. Yep. I think probably now would be a good time to move this pump out here so that it can also pump from deeper water. We do have with the folktales the large water pump, but we need to get some treated planks for that. So yeah, I think I'm just wondering if maybe it's worth us thinking about irrigating, building an irrigation pond up here. We'll have a look at that when the drought's over. Maybe. Terraforming is going to be good because we can start reclaiming land as well. Yeah, I do think that might be useful. Now, how much science did we need for the large houses? 250. We are almost there. How much do we need for all the zip line stuff? I think it's a lot. Yeah, 7 lots. Lots. But we are starting to fill up our jobs. So that's cool. We've got our new storages built there, which is great. We've not got these ones built yet, but that's okay. You sat for you are. Let's get you prioritized by haulers. Actually, our wood storage is full again, so where's a good place to build wood storage? Is a good question. Or we use it. So how much do we need? Slow down again. Power. They're 400. Yep, let's bite the bullet on those. And I'm going to put the first one there. And the second one, not there. There. they've both got a pretty good drop. We'll need a rather... No. Not that path. So we need to start cutting down the trees up here. So let's get to work on that. There. And then we can get through there. I'm going to pause that one. We want some storages up here. We'll put the storages this side. Yeah, we want a storage for gears as well. So let's cover the basics of construction. Gears. Metal. Plank. You'll get upset if I don't do it this way, won't you? Got to go back into the menu anyway to tell them to obtain them, but you know. Obtain. Obtain. There we go. How are we doing over here? Wow. Oh, cool. Got that built nearly. Good, but we want to prioritize those. Those. Yes, I know they're not super close to that, but they're closer. So we've got a spare beaver. So let's dump some water in there. Get you making more metal. Gonna close that up and dump some water in there. Close that, turn that off. And given we still have a whole load of kits, I'm going to build even more researchers. Still doing okay for planks and logs, right? You can be paused, you can be paused, but we do want to prioritize building that. Let's prioritize emptying you. We can path around here and get to there. They can build that. Excellent. And all right, that one's in. Cool. So we're going to set that just to a natural height of like 0.2. And I just want to see if that's enough to encourage water to come this way first. These we will open now. Food supplies are good enough that we don't need to worry about any drought farming. And yeah, what I'm tempted to do is across there and then platform all of that. We will put a couple of sluice gates there. Okay, sorry, I had to go let my dog out, right? Yeah, if we have that as the basis of the dam, and then we can put water wheels in this bit. I'm going to block off there as well. Then platform that bit, and that gives us some amount of space to put industry without having to rely on overhangs. But we can also rely on overhangs. I'm just going to move the path over as far as I can to maximize the area that we can see to build in. I am going to make use of windmills as well up here for power. Because obviously the windmills will run all of the time, or whenever there's wind, not all of the time. Versus the water wheels, which only run during temperate and bad tides. So, yeah. But for now, we are getting this finished. They're doing a pretty good job of getting through that. We'll do the same thing and set these to be at just a low level. Idea being to try and direct water towards the colony. So we've got 7 kits coming along, so we'll be able to put more water pumps on. The water storage is quite full. We've got a decent amount of science. So we potentially are at a point where we could look at unlocking the what do we need? To do the basics, we need 7 plus 5, 1200. So yeah, that's a 3 by. So if we put a platform there, we could start building that. I'm curious if it's 30 degrees up to, so 30 degrees is the limit, if it's 30 degrees to get up to here. Because we could put platforms in and have them come straight up to this bit. That'd be really cool. So we are going to prioritize that, and it's 2 by. If we adjusted the path, we could get a 3 by in there. It's 3 by 2, isn't it? So yep. I wonder if it tells us the angle before it's built. Some of you are probably already typing away telling me whether it does or not, but add connection. It does. Yes. Awesome. That's going to save a lot because they're having to go all the way around there. And if this is going to be our new industrial hub, that's going to be very cool. I think what we'll do is we will do Bosch and Bosch, and just going to get them to finish those. Yeah. And once we get explosives, we can obviously start to knock some of this back and landscape some of this stuff. Get explosives, we're going to have to come all the way over here. But that's more achievable now. some water. Awesome. Start pumping some more water. And now we've unlocked those, we still have space, so we can still unlock the triple lodge. And we're allowed 2 connections off of there, so wonder if we go for... Oh, I like that. I didn't know. Tells you. Is that telling me the distance is too far? I'm going to unlock it anyway. And if I then go add connection. Is that right? Yes, that is. That's very cool. That's very cool. Because what we want to do is start getting over towards where the bad water is. There. Right, so if we put a platform there, put that there, connection, that should be, oh, it's 31 meters. Okay, let's move it. We do obviously, the downside of the zip lines is you need to be able to get to them to build them, but we will work on that. So let's also just wondering, what building have we got left down here to do? Quite a lot, okay. We've got 12 kits coming up soon. So, let's unlock the builder's hut. Tuck that there. And we will get that built because that's going to help. You can be paused. Once this gets built, I'm going to get rid of some of these houses. Yeah, so this, in theory, lets us force water through here. We could do with doing one more, but the drought's almost over, so... And today's video is getting quite long, but I still want to achieve more. So we might go for a bit of a bumper episode today. We need to put plank production back on. The drought has ended. Let's put 2 plank productions on. Gears are holding up okay, so we will leave those off. Yep. Just thinking, can we can get to that one, so let's give that an amount of priority. Let's give that an amount of priority. Let's let's reopen these. Oh, for simple floodgate triggers. That's open, which is great. Let's unpause all of our water pumps up here. I don't think it's a problem that we're short of 10 beavers, but we will do that. Yeah, that's doing sort of what I want. Open that up. Yeah. And it is letting water through this way, but actually that's coming from there. So yeah, that is doing what I want. Excellent. Excellent. Let's pause you and open this up. Good stuff. That's being built. We then need to think about getting to that one. Let's get this working first, shall we? Really? Another drought approaching. Wow. These cycles are kind of brutal. But, you know, we can cope. Right, let's pause you, and you, and you. We will unpause those three. Absolutely fine. Let's get you unpaused as well. Really get the get all of those going. Great, metals going. Food's looking okay. We do need to sort out doing something with the flour, but the wheat, but I'm not worried about that at the moment. First gravity battery is built. Second one's going in. Probably want to put a staircase there. And I'm going to put one of them there. I'm going to put another gravity battery there. Yay, we've got these going. Awesome. So that should have significantly shortened the distance up to here. This is going in. Good stuff. And because it's a drought coming, we can think about getting across here. Because this is temporary, I'm just going to use a warehouse. Let's go around that. Got a day to go. And there. Because once we've got the zip line, we don't need the path. So, yeah. That. Are they waiting for planks? Okay. That's waiting for everything. I'm going to deprioritize this. One out. Probably worth us putting in a lumberjack there and getting these pause guys cut down. Yep. Right. Think. Close. Closed. I don't know if it matters closing these ones, but I like doing it anyway. We will pause you. Our water supply is holding very well. I'm going to pause those because we are short a few beavers. It's mostly going to go into science, but that doesn't hurt because we could do with the science. We could do with more lumberjacks up here. Let's throw one there. No, it's not going to hurt. Look at that. That's so cool. That one's in. Awesome. So if we can do you and you and those, and then where do we want to go to get access to bad water? I mean, that pond fills up with bad water, and once we're there, we could deepen it. So and that will connect. So that could be a first access. We just need to get down there. So what's under that? That's just overhangs. Okay. Path. So we're in a 16-day drought anyway, so we will delete you. Path. That gets us to there. 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 That gets us to there. So let's high prioritize that. There we go. If we can get all of that done, I will be super happy for today. We will also unlock the bad water pump and put that somewhere here. And I'm really curious to see what the path length looks like. That needs planks, okay. But yeah, I am committing, I think, to relocating. Well, we have committed to relocating the industry, so we go. Awesome. How's the food looking? We are pretty good. I know we've only got 10 well-being at the moment. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, we just can't get to that yet. Okay, so they are all high prioritized. There we go. So that should link most of that up now. Let's make sure prioritized by haulers. Prioritized by haulers. Prioritized by haulers. Prioritized by haulers. There we go. Because if we get that in, that means next time we can get bad water. Means we can get explosives. Which means we are in a way better place. Because it means we can sort the irrigation out in a much better way for doing other things. Yeah, technical term. We still need more space for carrots. No, we don't really. Space for grilled potatoes might be a good idea. Just start stockpiling those. Yep. I know it's more efficient to store the raw ones, but we're already storing nearly 700 of those, so... Yep. It felt like such a long time getting to this point. It really did. And the other thing that, and in time, we will link over to the other areas as well. But getting to this is quite important. And my plan is, one of the first things I want to do is deepen this. There are probably better places to get to store bad water, but it's a start. It's a start. So this worked. Because it worked, we'll nudge it up a little bit more. Yep. That's getting built. Brilliant. Yeah. Be so good if we can get this sorted. Are we full on water? We are. Wow. So we can probably ease up on the pumping a little bit. And the food supply is holding pretty well. Making sure that all of our irrigation is sort of, again, O for simple triggers. But we are where we are, so... I'm not playing the Ember Pelts. I was just thinking I could unlock the storage that's too high, but no, because I'm not playing the Ember Pelts. Oh, there we go. That's that one done. So now we just need to... awesome. The tree's gone. We can connect the path up now. Alright. That can be deleted. That can be deleted. And those can be recovered. We are on our way down. It has nothing to do in range. Okay, you can be paused. Oh, they can get there. What are they waiting for? Planks. Okay. Pause. Oh, yeah. No, you don't need to pause. Cool. So this is obviously a longer term project to get this sorted, but awesome, that's done. So then we will delete a couple of bits of path there, and we put in one more. And these are storing 20,000 HPH, which is not bad. And then the plan is to have in the back there connection up. We can put windmills up the back here. Right, two more staircases to go, and then we can start building the zip line station. Yeah, so the plan is we will come in here, clear these trees out. Obviously, maybe not obviously. I think we will have the dam be, or the reservoir be kind of square across here. And maybe we could even put windmills on top of the reservoir, running along the edge of it. So, and once we've dynamited this down a bit, we can extend the gravity battery array. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. Oh, this is so good. Our extra house is in. I'm going to pause that because we'll keep the spare bed space. That can be paused for now. I think that probably wants to be closed and unpaused. That can probably be paused for now. That one is looking okay. Let's get another water pump pumping. Got 7 days. No, we won't grow more sunflowers. And they are there. Just need to build it. So currently, it's annoying that it doesn't say how far away this is. If I place that there, it's 177. I'm curious what it's going to say. The distance is probably going to be the same, isn't it? But I'm going to delete the path as soon as this is in. So, yeah. We will then see how things look. So metal blocks, we've got enough. Logs, we've got plenty, so it's just planks we need. Just planks. Let's delete you. Yep. That's going, yeah, planks again. I've been playing so much Ember Pelts, I keep thinking about that I can unlock Ember Pelts things, and I can't. So, yeah. Now, I could maybe think about automating this. In terms of, could I set this up off of contamination? I don't know, because there's not enough room in here for water to flow. I don't know if it will work. When we get a bad tide, I'm not going to experiment and find out. I'm just going to close the darn thing. Yeah. So, they're both set to 0.3. Cool. So we just need 15 more planks. Now, because it's quite a long journey, the plank production is kind of key because it's got to go all the way over there. There is no power at the moment, we can see. But then it would be the other thing that would kind of be interesting, and we might do eventually, is because this will take 2 connections, is we can have connections that run right across the bay as well. But for now, this is going to be a game changer. Because this gives us access to bad water when someone comes build it. And technically, we've got access to bad water now because I've built a path, but we're going to delete the path. There we go. So if I now put... Actually, let's delete the path first. So if we delete that, I'm going to delete that. We'll delete that. Let's start recovering those. And if I then put in... Let's just do, for example, a small tank. It's 71 away from the district centre. That's crazy. So what we want to do first over here is start cutting down some of these dead birch trees and oak trees to make some space. So let's do that. We're going to clear that up. Yep. Eventually. This can probably now happen because that will use up some of the logs that we're struggling to use. So we need to get across to that as well. Let's make that happen. Oh, this is so cool. Look, there's a dude coming over here, all the way over to here to work. We can even give him a log storage. Them. Logs. Supply. Come build that. Right, that's in. So let's now delete that. Yes, please. Come pick those up. That's going in. So we now want to think about cutting those down. We've got spare beavers finally. Get you pumping your grinding teeth. Let's build a few more medical beds in there. Pause you. And power water wheel. We can only do one. Or we go there, there. If we go there, then we'll watch where the water's flowing. Landscaping, more levies. There. This I'm going to have set to open at the moment. Can't get far enough in, so let's just do a path in that way. If I put you there, yes, you can go cut down that tree. Excellent. Right, that's done. Delete, delete, delete. Yes, please. Those up. So you're clearing those out. And that's set to supply, but they're bringing logs over because we are that short of storage. Now, ideally, I should maybe have not put this quite so close to the pool, but it doesn't really matter. Bad water pump. I might just wait and see where the bad water flows, actually. Yep, that's all gone. So let's delete path, delete the path, delete that, delete that, pick up that, and it means we're recovering most of the planks. And given how short planks we are, that's a good thing. Right, you're done for now. So that's cool. Do we want to come up here? I think about the route of this. How far across do we want to come? Probably makes sense to come to there. Yeah, like that. Like that. But that, folks, is the drought over. And I have been playing this now far too long. So we are going to call it a day. Thanks for watching. I hope you have enjoyed this video. If you have, click the like button. And I will see you next time, where I think we are on the verge of some significant progress. I will see you next time.